Are you listening? Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Waiting on it to be more optimized, eh? You and me both, man. I mean, I'm not waiting, but it's needed. It's okay, though. It's intentional. Straight from the dev's mouth. It's intentionally unoptimized right now. So it's all part of game development. I know you're disappointed. Shut up over there. Give me a different song. Quit your whining. Okay. That was really good timing on that, actually. I still find it funny that you can land on the sun. Yeah. I thought about doing that today, too. I was considering it. Considering the process of landing on the sun, and I mean, I can't because it'd copyright, but the plan was to do that, right? And then, you know, play the song. You might as well be walking out in the sun while doing it, right? I might turn it into a short. I don't know. We'll see. But yes. Currently, you can walk on the sun. I haven't done it yet. We're going to actually walk on Jool today. That's what we're going to start the stream with, is we're going to walk on Jool. Because currently, heat is not in the game. So, you know, until they put heat in the game, there's nothing dangerous about the sun until heat gets in the game. So there you go. Lisa just found you and you're one of my faves. Wow, man. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you. Fishy the Eel. Appreciate it. Mad Epic Gamer. Welcome. Hi. Common Thinker. What is that emote? I gotta know. I mean, I probably should know it, but I don't. What emote is that? It's just the world, you know? Maybe. Incredible people. Niall! Good to see you. How are you, Niall? Oh, the Taco Jam? Yeah, we're not going to play that right now. Oh, man. I think maybe my glasses are not good. Not good. Almost. Ixion playthrough. Hey, there you go. Hopefully me playing it terribly didn't ward you away too badly. I don't think I think of all the playlists I have, you know, I got over 2,000 videos. I think it's close to 2,400 now on the channel. And of the 2,400 I've done, I don't think I've ever been told how bad I am at a game as often as I was during Ixion. So, Chicken Man, hello. How are you? I noticed. I just didn't acknowledge. There's a difference. Hello, my wonderful Thai friend. My singular, my only Thai friend. How are you? I don't think I have anybody else I know that's from Thailand. Oh, I don't. Okay, I can't say that. I don't know you, so I can't say that either. But Taiwan, I know a few. Actually, my wife has a friend that's from Thailand. Yes. My wife has a friend from Thailand, so I have met a person from Thailand. It wasn't entirely true. You wake up at 6 a.m. just to watch? To be honest, I have no idea what time I'll end up streaming regularly, but I love live streaming so much that I gotta figure out what time is best. I gotta figure that out. Right now, the time that's best is the only time I have. Might change that though. We might get it. Krios, good to see you, man. How are you? Welcome in. We can meet up the next time you visit Vietnam. That would be, I want to say we're going a year from now. Might be a year and a half. I think it'll be almost 2 years from now. I think we're skipping a Lunar New Year and we'll go to the next one. I think that's what we're doing. Can't believe I finally made it to your stream this time. I missed the last one by 10 minutes. Last time I streamed, it was in the middle of the day, and no, last time I streamed KSP, it was 9 a.m. my time. And ultimately, that is the better time to stream. There's not as many people that follow my channel anyway, analytics-wise. There's not as many of you online at this time, so it's not the best time to do it, but it's when I have, so here I am, when I have. Is Jeb going to land on Jool? Yes, that's one of the first things we're doing. Jeb is gonna land on Jool. So I want to give a big thank you to the members really quick. I want to start doing this more often. Big thank you to the members. We had some people renew since the last stream. I'm okay with giving you guys shout outs. Scally, thank you for the 5 months in the Hat House. We have Steven Weiblinger, Hat House for 9 months. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty good. Thank you so much. Nash, renewed. 15 months in the Hat House. That's pretty sweet. Appreciate that. Brandon Harden came in with 15 months. That's very good. I appreciate that too. What else do we have here? We got, let me just make sure. We're drinking Blue Moon Belgian White tonight. Only one bottle left. And actually, this is the last bottle of beer I have in the whole house. So this is the only one tonight. Just that one. It says on the bottle that it's good until, or goodbye, or what does it actually say? It doesn't say anything. It just has a date on the bottle, December 5th, 2022. So it's expired. But beer doesn't really expire per se. It's not like medication or something. It kind of it expires kind of like ibuprofen does, where you can take it well after the expiration date and it's not going to make you sick. It's just weak, right? Or in beer's case, it just starts to not taste as good. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. There is one more beer in the house, and it is the can that the developers of Brewmaster sent me. We could drink that tonight. It's in a can, but it's Brewmaster, the game, right? Auroch Digital. They actually brew their own. Excuse me. They actually brewed their own, and they sent me a can, like a physical beer I can drink. It's 2 of them actually. I already drank one. It was all right. But yeah, I guess we could probably drink that tonight. What time zone, if you don't mind me asking? Me? I'm in the Eastern time zone, same as New York City. Chicken Man, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out and a thank you to Swinger Bob, who's been in the lair for 15 months. That's wild. Michael Gemaker? Probably butchered that. Sorry. 8 months in the Hat Hut. Thank you. And Kim Cosmos. Oh, never mind. There's more than Kim. Jesus. That was the end of my list, but there's more. Kim Cosmos in the lair for 10 months. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for the support, guys. That means a lot to me. I moved here from Twitch a little over a year ago, just over a year ago. And it's been a kind of a mixed ride for me doing so. I think mostly because it's a mixed thing for me. I've been very inconsistent. But there is something I do want to bring back to Twitch, and I will be bringing back to Twitch, I believe starting next week. And that's, I'm going to be moving Star Citizen to Twitch. At least tentatively, that's what I plan to do. As soon as 3.18 goes on the live servers, I'll be playing that over there on Twitch. Because the community over there for it, and when I say community, I don't mean viewers, I mean streamers. I mean content creators, people I can collaborate with, and people I've already met and have been friends with for a while. They're all on Twitch. So for that game, especially when it comes time to team up and party up with people, for that game, I'm going to Twitch for it. So that'll start next week. I won't be doing any more Star Citizen on YouTube. But we'll end up, we got plenty of Kerbal to do, right? There's still Kerbal to do. I don't think I want this. I don't think I want the camera. I think we're just gonna shut it down. No camera needed. I don't think. Anyway. I don't know. We'll see. Is it this one? I want to say it's. So there's a problem I'm experiencing. Go figure. In this game, yeah, there's a problem I'm experiencing, and I want to show you. We're gonna start the stream with landing on Jool because we can, and we got to take advantage of doing things that we're not supposed to be able to do when we're able to do them. So I've made quite a few burns to get this to happen. I've only got 654 left, Delta V, but I've made quite a few burns to make this happen from the last stream, and I managed to get my orbit down to where it's not bad. But I didn't go to Lathe. And I wasn't even able to get my orbit to even go into Lathe's atmosphere. I wasn't able to do anything with Lathe. It's just, I don't have enough fuel. I was going too fast. Now, if I wanted to go to Lathe with this, I totally could. Because, see, my periaps is set to 177. And that is inside the atmosphere. So we're going to go into the atmosphere here. But there's actually a problem. And I don't know what it is. It's Kraken shenanigans probably, but Jeb dies going into the atmosphere at 177,000 meters. He'll die as he gets to periaps. Just in midair, all of a sudden, bang, gone, he's dead. And I don't, it's like he's hitting a wall and I have no idea why. Hopefully that doesn't happen now. I did reboot the game and try it again, and it still happens. So I assume it's going to happen again. But if it happens again, what we could do is reload and maybe just like alter this so we can come in somewhere else. Maybe come in a little deeper or a little more shallow or whatever. But the goal is, of course, to land on Jool. And if I wanted to go to Lathe, I think I could do it. I just aero brake until my apoapsis is in line with Lathe's orbit here, and then I could just wait it out. I think that would probably be doable too. But either way, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a couple of tricks so you don't overshoot it. Just make a maneuver, make something, right? And then just time accelerate to that. And that way you can't overshoot it. You have no intention of doing the maneuver, but I don't want to overshoot it, so I'm going to do that. And then we can take a look at Jool from above. Jool is very cool. Very cool to look at. I like Jool. Charlie's hiding his beautiful face. So it depends, right? I want to remake my show. I want to remake everything about what I do as a live broadcaster. But I'm conflicted. And it's not anybody's fault. I'm just conflicted because, I'm going on 36 years old. I've got 2 kids. They take up an enormous amount of my time. I just simply don't have the time, resource, right? Time is the most valuable resource, and I simply don't have the time resources anymore to stream a lot. I kind of have to choose, right? Either stream or make videos. And right now, I'm kind of on a streaming camp right now. I'll get this in waves. So sometimes I'll be like, I really want to stream. Other times I'll be like, I don't really feel like it. I don't really, feel like the interaction. I really want to focus on this game, and so we'll do videos instead. I get that back and forth in my life, and it usually depends on what's happening outside of videos. It depends on what's happened in my personal life that ultimately decides which one I'm in, which camp I'm in. And so right now I'm kind of all about that stream, and it's a struggle. I kind of lost a little interest in, every other project I was doing as soon as Kerbal Space Program and Star Citizen came into my life. And so, like, I kind of get these... See, immediately, he enters the atmosphere and dies. Boom, dead. He's just dead now. It makes no sense. He's just enters the atmosphere and dies. So I think they've maybe stopped people from landing on Jool, although I haven't noticed any... I haven't really noticed any patches. So we'll reload. And we're going to try again. This time, I'm going to adjust it a little bit. And I think what I'm going to do is maybe just... I don't know, let's find... We'll burn normal instead. And we'll just... we'll burn normal. And just alter where we're coming in just a little bit, And this is, again, a little more shallow, too. It's definitely shallower, right? It's 185, so we're nowhere near... Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just need to come in steeper. If I want to actually land on Jool, then I suppose I should come in steeper. Because this isn't going to aerobrake enough, I don't think. So maybe we'll just burn retrograde here real quick. And bring ourselves really steep and just see what happens. Let's see if this changes anything. All right, we'll just kind of make a quick maneuver. And I'm not quick saving. I left the quick save right over here at the AP, just so I have a lot of flexibility and can change things as I need to. So the other thing I'm wondering is I'm wondering if time acceleration matters. So what if we enter the atmosphere without time acceleration and see if maybe that changes anything? We can... Well, I just sort of entered it with time acceleration there, but I am curious if this changes anything at all. So now we should start seeing our apoapsis coming in really fast, and it is. It's coming in real fast. And so we'll see where we can land. I would hope, anyway, that we end up landing on the day side. And it looks like that may not happen. I may have came in a little bit too... Just a little bit too aggressively. I would like to land in the day side. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's definitely pulling me... It's definitely pulling me into the darkness. I'm gonna reload it. And we're going to try again. At the risk of, dying again. I'm gonna do it again. I really want to make sure I land in the day side. So maybe instead we'll just go retrograde really quick. And we'll try bringing it in, but not nearly as much. So we'll go maybe like let's do 124. That's firmly in. There's no chance I leave the atmosphere at 124. So I think we'll try that instead. If you played Space Flight Simulator, the revert 30-second button is so good. I think Kerbal should use it. Space Flight Simulator. I haven't played that. How you doing, Arnold? Welcome in. So yeah, the game's primary criticism right now is entirely about performance, right? And I just wanted to point this out because this is like direct from the devs. The game is intentionally unoptimized right now. It's not supposed to perform as good as Kerbal Space Program 1, which is a game that's very polished relative to this one, which is very new. I mean, to go kind of a little bit, and I'm not a game developer, so this is kind of secondhand, but I mean, I still think it's relevant. You have to look at it from, oh, come on. Come on, game. This stuff here is obviously bugs, but performance has nothing to do with this, right? This isn't about performance. This is about a bug. Which, to be fair, I should be able to do this even if heat was active. I should be able to go into Jool. Let's try this again. We'll go like... Let's try 146. I don't think I'm coming back if I go 146 either. Because I think the AP will be brought in. Definitely will be brought in enough to where that won't happen. But if you observe the code of this game, what you'll find is... Obviously, you'll find like millions of lines. But if you observe the code of this game... what you will end up discovering is that there's a lot of stuff built that you don't see yet. There's a lot of stuff running, and there's a lot of stuff that is sort of just there that, again, you don't see yet. And so what I mean when I say that is there's a lot of stuff developed in this game that is unfinished. And so you don't want to spend a lot of time optimizing the unfinished, because sure, you can spend some, but you don't want to spend a lot of time polishing and optimizing the unfinished, because why does this happen? You know, why does the moment I hit atmosphere, it dies? Look at this, the death maybe, yeah. The moment I hit atmosphere, it happens. And it's consistently the moment I hit atmosphere, too. Let's try burning normal again. I don't want to use all my fuel because I will need it to slow down enough. Although I guess I could use parachutes. I have parachutes on this, right? Yeah, I could use the parachutes. The moment I hit atmosphere, I die. See if we can't alter this course just a little bit more. Come in at a different angle, right? And then... I don't know, maybe it's... Jeb is pressing the self-destruct. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, man, I don't want this Jool stuff. We'll go at 150 and see what happens. And then I think what I'll do is maybe I'll make a maneuver node here instead. And we'll make the quick save be right here. Because there's just no reason for this to happen. But you can see I got around it one time. But it looks like I can't get around it very easily. Like repetitively, I can't get around it. So we'll do a quick save right here. And see what happens. Maybe I'll leave the solar panels out. I'm just thinking of like, can I just change something about my craft so that it doesn't happen anymore, right? Goes at 200 kilometers, you die. And that's just the way it's been going. Maybe we'll enter without time acceleration and see. So we're at 1 time speed now. We're purely retrograde. And we survived. We survived entry into atmosphere that time, so maybe we'll be okay this time. I don't know. Anyway, in summary, you don't want to spend a lot of time optimizing the unfinished because you're going to change the feature. It's not done yet. And when you change it, you might break something else. Then you'll have to go in and do the same work you just did. You'll have to do it over again or whatever it is, right? I mean, these are complex systems. And so, yes, the game is intentionally unoptimized right now. You cannot expect it to work as smoothly as the original game right now, because the original game is feature complete. It has been optimized, you know. So I don't, again, don't read too far into how it's performing right now. You just, these are like one of those things where you're the early adopter tax, right? When you're the early adopter of like a new thing, oftentimes you have to deal with all the problems with it, right? All the, if it's a physical product, you got to deal with it off the line. All the little, this part gone bad, or this product has a problem with this specific feature, and it's not something that they can, like a car, right? You have to do a recall and fix it. You got to deal with all that stuff when you're an early adopter. Pretty much every early product has that. And games you consider them early products. They go through the same steps. So people who are, I think we'll actually, we're totally going to be in the daytime this time. Right. Good. Look at our speed. Our surface speed is actually quite insane. It is slowing down, but it's pretty insane. I'm getting an RTX 4090. Congrats, Nebula. I'm jealous. I have a 3090 and I'm jealous, but I'll probably, part of me wants to make a new PC. But I'm a person that sort of has to justify the costs involved in any type of upgrade. Like, I really want to build a sim rig, which I know has nothing to do with Kerbal Space Program. However, I could totally play Kerbal in my sim rig. Imagine piloting your spacecraft with an actual joystick. I think that'd be cool. Certainly, it'd be a lot smoother than, rapidly tapping the D key, right? WASD. It'd be a lot smoother. I think it'd be cool. So I could totally play Kerbal with my sim rig. And that's especially true if we start getting actual internal views and stuff. Give me IVAs. You hear the sound? You hear the sound? It's kind of cool. Look at the task manager, doesn't even use available power. Well, of course not. The game is a single core game. It's not going to utilize, you could have 24 cores on your CPU, it don't matter. You're not going to use the entire thing. Video games don't use all your cores. They never do. Why you remind me of the time I played in F1 games with a mouse and keyboard? Yeah, right? Try a driving game with WASD. Unless you have a Wooting keyboard, which I think are pretty cool. Have you ever heard of that? The Wooting? WOOTING. Look up Wooting keyboard. It's an analog keyboard where the distance you press the key down actually matters. All the keys are analog. So if you go halfway down, it'll actually give half press. It's not all on, all off like a lot of other keyboards are. But a lot of times the Wooting keyboard is interpreted by a video game as a controller. You can still type on it like you can anything else. It just kind of doubles up as a controller input too, which is pretty cool, but it's still not as precise as in a flying game. It's still not as precise as, you just entered atmosphere. No, I entered atmosphere a long time ago. I'm actually halfway down right now. Atmosphere on Jool is 200 kilometers. 200,000 meters. So I'm at 89K right now. I've been in atmosphere for a while. We're going down to the surface. The surface of Jool. I'm gonna quick save it here instead. Just in case of Kraken. Yeah. And this game is moddable too. It's already there's already mods. I don't have any installed, but there's one really helpful one that's very low weight that will give you the readouts of your apoapsis and periapsis. It'll give those to you on the screen constantly as opposed to having to mouse over them, which is just basic stuff. That's absolutely going to get put into the game. I don't know why they chose not to do it yet, but that's totally going to be a vanilla feature. But if you need it now, then there's a mod already for it. You install it basically the same way as you did the other one. You just download the mod and throw it in the proper folder, and it's just it's installed. I can never progress in the Kerbal system or in Kerbal games because I can't figure out the maneuver system. I'll help you out with that, Mr. Random. I'll help you out with it. Anything specific you want to know? one of the things I love to do on this channel, and I don't specifically do it as like a purpose of the channel, like I'm not a tutorial channel or anything, but one of the things I love to do here is teach. If it's not teaching the right way to do it, it's definitely at least showing the wrong way to do it, and you could learn through that way. But I love teaching, and I actually feel like what I should do is I should just go down with the pod here, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go down with the pod. It won't let me stage. See that? No staging allowed. But guess what is allowed? Well, if I can find coupling, here it is. Well, that didn't work. Maybe we try it earlier? Does that? Maybe we try it. Let's do really low energy on this. Yay! Bye! That was pretty wild. All right, Jeb, you're not dead yet. You're just going down with just the pod. Jeb's gonna stay on Jool. He's not leaving. I never had the Delta V8 to leave anyway. That's funny. That was some pretty funny shit. Anyway, yeah. I forget what I was talking about there, but I like to teach is the long and short of it, so yeah. And that's just speaking about CPU. Even the GPU sits at mostly at 50%. That might just be, I don't know, like, are you playing 4K maxed out? Because that might just be that you don't need the graphics potential, you know? I mean, maybe you just don't need that much. Like, I'm not using all of mine either. Like, I'm not going to task manager and show it because it's not accurate if my gaming system only has one monitor. So, like, me showing you the task manager right now wouldn't be accurate because, like, I'm not in the game anymore. But I guess if we can try it, I suppose. We can go, like, something like this. And try to, like... Yeah, like, it's not even going to allow me to show the game at the same time. But my GPU's at 93%. So, like, I'm using all of my GPU. But I'm playing 4K with maxed out. So it's, you know, 4K maxed out is, I guess, 93% right now on a 3090. Which I suppose makes sense. So if you plan to buy a 4090 just for KSP2, you're gonna be disappointed. Right? No, again, Arnold. You're not getting. I think you're getting it. I think you're just not, maybe not saying it to where I think you get it. The game is unoptimized. It doesn't matter what graphics card you have. You're gonna be CPU limited. It's a physics game. You're gonna be CPU limited always. This is especially true for other types of complicated things. Like, for example, right now, you're gonna get terrible performance. And I'll show you right on the runway too. You'll get absolutely terrible performance if you have a lot of engines pulling fuel from the same fuel source. This is how long it takes to get to the surface of Jool, by the way. I'm in the max 4 times speed right now. And we're just, we're just not dropping very fast. It's very thick. It takes a very long time to get down. But if you're like putting a bunch of engines and drawing from the same fuel source, that's killing your performance. Like, I'll show you a very simple plane. We can design a very simple plane. It doesn't have that many parts. I'll put it on the runway, and you watch me take off at like 5 FPS. Right? And this 5 FPS with my system. It's not because of anything other than the system is not optimized yet. That's it. It's the only reason. So, like I said, don't judge the way it is now. Judge the way it is after science and colonies are in the game and they've released patches for optimizations. Before then, don't judge it because it's not done. It's just not. Also, don't buy a 4090 for KSP. Don't spend $2,000 on a graphics card for Kerbal Space Program because you're CPU limited anyway. The physics calculations are limiting you anyway. Pretty consistently, the best investment for increasing Kerbal performance is increasing single core clock speed and a CPU. That's probably the best you can get there. All right, we are 5,000 meters. 5,000 meters up. Let's see if I can see the surface. We should be able to see the surface. It's not just gonna all of a sudden stop. We should be able to see it. It's like a dark... It'll just look like a really dark ground. I can still see the sun through there. What? What happened? Was that? Hold on, I can repack the chute? It's unsafe. Whoa, unsafe chute? Why? Why is it unsafe? I'm only going 48 meters per second. Oh God. This is gonna be bad. Wait, the chutes are unsafe to deploy? And I can just repack it? Hey, look, it's back. Well, that's weird. There's the ground right there. All right, Jeb. Be brave, sir. Be brave, sir. I think we'll be fine. The impact tolerance on the battery and stuff is pretty high, so I think we'll probably still be all right. Well. Or the decoupler will be the only thing that survives. Right then. Somehow the decoupler, everything above the decoupler is bad, but the decoupler itself is totally fine. That's hilarious. I think it's this one. Yeah, I want this one. We're gonna keep the engine so that I can at least burn and slow down. Because apparently 42 meters per second is unsafe for the parachutes. Oh, so you're safe now. Is that it? Now you're safe. You're totally safe now. That's what you're... Oh, okay. I see how it is. Good for you. Oh my God. So 140 meters per second, totally fine. But 42, not good. Not enough. Okay. Fair. We'll just accelerate time down. I like how it says I only have 59 when I know I had over 500. Now I have only 59. If you're wondering about frame rates right now, it's about 22-ish. Oh, now it's unsafe. It just became unsafe after it was already out. It became unsafe. Now you know. Atmospheric density, you know, that may be the case. Maybe the atmosphere is so dense that I can't deploy it. Even at 40 meters per second, I can't deploy it. That could be it. That would make some sense. Yeah, exactly, Arnold. Yeah, it's gonna improve. It's before I like to. I'm. Oh shit. Come on! Oh, it came up way too quickly. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. That ground came up out of nowhere. I mean, it didn't come out of nowhere. It was definitely there the whole time, but... The fact is, like, I have a nuclear engine, so this isn't really going to do a whole lot of changing here. I'm actually really surprised that the parachutes can be deployed like that and then become unsafe after they've already been deployed. Let's try this. We'll try pointing. Like, we'll try to get the thing to point, you know, laterally if possible. And that should hopefully dig into our speed a little bit faster. If I can get it to, you know, just point laterally in some way. Should be able to just dip into the speed a little bit by doing this. There we go. It's back and forth. Come on now. Back and forth. Kill that speed. I can't deploy the chute. It will become unsafe. I mean, I can do it. It allows me to repack it afterwards, but it's just weird that it's going to become unsafe like that. I think this is probably the only situation I've ever seen where it could be safe and then become unsafe after it's deployed. That is pretty remarkable. All right, I think about, what, 5,000 meters or so we'll start burning. See what that does. I think this is working. The rocking back and forth, I think it is slowing us down a bit faster than it normally would. I feel like it is anyway. Back and forth. I don't know, 5,000 might be too soon. But I think I'm gonna try it anyway. Might be too soon. It's really not doing much, is it? It's doing nothing. It's doing absolutely nothing. Come on. Slow down. Hit a house. I can't slow us down enough, guys. Can't slow us down enough. Deploy the solar panels. Spread your wings, Jeb. Spread your wings. Oh, it might have worked. That might have worked. Oh, come on. I had hopes. Oh, the solar panels. It was slowing us down, man. Oh, it's just, I don't have enough thrust. I don't have enough thrust, guys. I was actually kind of flying there for a little bit, actually. Oh, dude, I almost want to see if I can we fly with the solar panels? I think we might be able to. Hold on, real quick. Let's go. I don't know how high I was here. How high was I here? Let's see. Jool death count 6. Nice. So see, we're very high here. So I'm curious if, because this is actually slowing us down a lot more than with the, like, the engines and stuff. Like, that stuff was not slowing us down at all. But if I do this might be too soon. But with the solar panels out, I actually am slowing down a lot more. Oh, Jeb, don't get sick, buddy. I think we can fly. I can change my prograde vector. Look at this. We're actually flying laterally now. That's funny. Whee! All right, hold on. Let's go down. Put him back in for a second. Hang on. All right, hold on. So we're gonna let this fall. Let her fall. No, we'll get down to like maybe 5,000, I think. 5,000 meters. And we'll just see if we can't sort of glide ourselves laterally to the point where we can finally land. I don't know what the impact tolerance on this stuff is, but I wish it was more. I wish it was... Should have put a heat shield on this. All right, we're definitely high enough now. So let's get the solar panels out and see what happens. This should slow us down a lot. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. 26. 24. 26. Come on. Spin. Spin like your life depended on it. Oh, that's making it worse. Hang on. Holy shit. Come on. Slow down. Land on your head. Maybe sideways. I don't know. Kind of depends on whichever way the solar panels are pointing. Which, I mean, they keep wanting to look at the sun, so that changes our vector too. Like this is moving. We're going laterally when these things are angled. That's kind of interesting. So I kind of have to keep rotating myself so that the solar panels are always, you know, perpendicular to the ground. Come on, solar. I hate that these are unsafe. That was the whole point. Ugh, I hate that these are unsafe. $19 meters per second. I mean, I gotta be getting really close to... Oh, shit. I gotta be getting close to a safe speed to land. I feel like I gotta be getting close to it. I just don't know what that safe speed is. I wonder if I could just get, like, I don't know, maybe not, but I wonder if Jeb can just get out. Can Jeb land safely at that speed, 19 meters per second? He should be able to land safely at that speed, right? At 19? Maybe the parts don't survive it. Maybe he does. Maybe I can EVA him and get him out of there. That might be the solution. I'm at 20, 22. Come on. Come on. Slow down. I think maybe that's the solution. Yeah, the chutes won't work. It still says unsafe, and I gotta believe it's because it's Jool. But all right, I think I'm gonna try that. I think I'm gonna try it. Jeb, get out. Ready? Ready? Okay, so the jetpack, it doesn't seem to work, and I'm pretty sure we're falling faster than we were before. Hey, he lives! And his ship doesn't. Quick, Jeb. Jeb. Hold on. Go over to your ship. Stranded on Jool. That's good though. That was probably the only way he was going to survive, is to not rely on his craft. There it is. Yeah, I have to run with time acceleration, of course, because otherwise it's going to take forever to get there. All right, let's see. Oh, right. Now the command pod lives. Look at that. Now the command pod lives. I'm getting about 75 FPS right now. That's pretty cool. About 80. Yeah, I got 80 on my end. That's pretty cool. Now the whole thing, look at this. The whole thing survived now. What is this nonsense? Bang your head on it and no, it won't flip over. There it goes. Push it over. There we go. Here we go. Can we get back in? I don't see why not. Oh, you know what? If I get back in this, does it blow up when I get in? No, we're good. He's got a home on Jool. See? He's got a little home on Jool. Oh, jeez. It goes airborne when I get out of it, though. But you know what we got to do now? I mean, obviously, we got to do this. Literally, for life. He's there for life. I don't think I'm capable of making a rocket that could escape Jool from the surface. So, you need 14,000 meters per second of delta V. 14.3, I think, is what the calculation was. Pretty much 14,500 to get into orbit of Jool from the surface. So, Jeb's not going anywhere. Which is fine. He didn't want to go anywhere anyway. He's very content staying here. You can see it on his smug little face. That's good. So Jeb is so fat that he's the command pod. You know what? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe Jeb is just big. Oh, hang on. Do we still have? No, the solar panels. You know what? I wonder if it landed on its solar panels, if that's the reason why it survived. Because we don't have any solar panels, so eventually he will run out of EC. But, unsafe. It's still unsafe to deploy them. Well, okay then. Cool. What's the easiest planet or moon to escape? Probably Elu. Minmus is probably a close second. And maybe Minmus is even easier to escape. But this is Jool. It would by far be the hardest to escape, but you're not supposed to be able to land on it. This is a gas giant. You're not supposed to be able to land on it. But we can right now because there's no heat built into the game. I suppose on that note, we could also technically we could land on the sun right now. That's significantly harder than getting to Jool. But we could land on the sun. Theoretically. It would take me the entire stream to design that mission. But since there's no heat in the game, that's totally doable. And the sun would definitely be harder to escape from its surface because it's just gravitational pull. And the fact that your orbit needs to be huge to even get around it, you got to have a lot of expense. So, yeah, but you're not supposed to be able to land on those things. So, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Back to the Kerbal Space Center. Yeah. So, in anticipation for multiplayer, there's a couple of things that are happening with this game right now that are also hurting performance. And one of those things is that the last craft that you managed remains your active craft always. And so it's always loaded. And so right now on the menu, I'm getting about 35 FPS. 40, which is the same as what I was getting in that pod at Jool, right, with the craft. So I'm getting lowered performance because the craft that I just had is still loaded. It's still my active vessel. So you can see the difference between an active vessel by looking at it like this. This is a grayed out. It's like a grayed out icon here. And that's our station. And then we can also destroy the debris. Hopefully it lets me do that eventually. Probably can't. Yeah, right here. Destroy and destroy. There. So that's like it's a darker, it's like a grayed out icon. To where over here, if we focus on the Jool craft, you'll notice that the icon is the brighter white color. And it's also kind of embedded in the gas giant, but it's a brighter white color. And that's just to say that this is your active vessel, and you're controlling it right now, even in the tracking station. So if I want to switch back to that vessel, it's very fast to do so. Done. Because it's already loaded. And so because it's already loaded, your frame rates at the Kerbal Space Center are going to stay bad because of that. And I really hope that I really hope they decide to only make this a thing when you're in multiplayer. Because I know why they do it for multiplayer purposes, but I hope they decide to not have that be the case unless you're in multiplayer, because otherwise you're just having a degraded performance all the time. You can get around this kind of by doing this. This has worked for me in the past. Whether it'll work now, I have no idea. But you can kind of get around this by doing this. Go into... Oh, this is the SSTO I was designing. It's not good. To be clear, it can almost get to space in orbit. Almost. The problem with it ultimately, though, is that it's going to take me about an hour to get there. Because launching this right now, it will be... I'll have 3 to 4 FPS. I can get up as much as 9 as I get away from the KSC. It'll get up to about as 9 or 10 FPS while I fly this. And that has to do with these engines. All of these engines are pulling from the same fuel source. And it's going to destroy performance. Also, give me 1 second. I need to turn off the baby monitor because I'm going to keep hearing all that happening and it's going to distract me. You can't hear it, but I can. I got a baby monitor down here in my office. So when kiddo sleeps, I can come down here and dink around with space planes until she wakes up. And so I was trying to build something like this, but the intention with it was to be able to launch a lot of stuff in that cargo bay. And I can almost get this to orbit right now with nothing in it. Unfortunately, it becomes, with the way it's currently configured here, and I made adjustments and those apparently weren't saved in this file, but the way it's currently configured here, though, it also, the center of mass will gradually move behind the center of lift. And that's no good. You don't want that. Because that will cause your plane to flip. You want the center of mass to be in front of your center of lift. And if your mass moves behind this, your front end of your plane's gonna flip. And you're not gonna be able to keep it stable. And so that gradually happens over time as these tanks begin to drain. Right? So maybe I could disallow access to these front tanks, and that might work better or something like that. But I think ultimately it's just a mess. Like, I don't like how many engines are back here. It's kind of a mess and kind of, meh. Anyway, I kind of want to make a different one anyway. So we'll just throw that away. And frame rate wise, I'm getting about 100 frames per second right now in here. So I'm not seeing any bad performance at the moment. But one thing you can do to help performance before is you just take like one of these probes and then that's it. And you launch this at like launch pad 4 or something. And you just launch a probe, a single little probe, and that's it. And now this is your active craft. Your active craft is landed and it's one part. And then I go back to the Kerbal Space Center and I go back to the VAB. And now that's my active craft. And so now I can get about 100. I'm getting about 105 right now. it didn't help much because it wasn't that much of a part anyway. But yeah, anyway. So what do you guys want to do next? I think a moon mission is faster. We can complete a moon mission faster. Like we can just go to the moon, land, drop a flag, and come back. That's something that we could really easily fast do. I don't need any practice or anything on that. I'm pretty confident I can just do it. But I also got, I asked you guys on the community channel and stuff, or Duna. We could try Duna too, I suppose. Duna would take just a little bit longer, but it's not that much different really. Because you can use the atmosphere and you can use parachutes to land. So instead of using propulsive landing, I can largely just use a bunch of parachutes instead. But yeah. Nebula, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm 3/4 of my way into my first year of engineering computer science. Double major. It's been fun so far. Hey, Happy. That's great, man. You got really good job prospects with that type of career. So good for you, dude. Keep it up. You're going to be like infinitely valuable to like every company in the future, especially if you're getting into like, honestly, I think if you're getting into AI, you're definitely going to be probably overvalued. You'll probably make more than you should if you're getting into AI. If we were going to do a space plane, my other idea was I could do a space plane that's able to launch a constellation. And what that means is it's an SSTO. It'd be a plane that can go to orbit and come back safely in all one stage. And, 100% reusable parts, that kind of thing. But it can launch a satellite constellation, I suppose. And so I'm looking at that as a possibility. That'll take the rest of the stream probably to do, because I don't actually know what I'm going to do for that. But yeah, it sounds probably, what I probably have to do is start with a smaller, like this profile, because I think the larger cockpit, it's harder to build for, like what I was building before. Like this design, where is it? Right here. Yeah, the Hauler SSTO that I was doing before. It's this one. This design, I mean, I could try to tweak it, because then that constellation would just go inside this cargo bay, pretty much. Yeah, kind of like that. But unfortunately, like I said, it doesn't really get in there. And I need a lot of engines to push this, and it's going to be bad performance. So what I might try to do instead is to make a smaller plane, and then that smaller plane will just have smaller, we'll have smaller satellites instead. You don't need everything to be really big. We can do things that are really small as well. So how about we try that instead? We'll go with payload, and then maybe we'll have for me, I would say constellation would be what, 4 sats? Could be 3 sats. I think having 3. I think having 3 satellites fit in here is, I mean, it's pretty tight. I don't know. It's pretty tight. So why don't we try maybe going just a little bit bigger? We'll have like this one and this one. Kind of like that. And then these can both stay open, I guess. So our satellites could go in there. I don't know if, are these actually lining up? Okay, they do. I thought they were kind of staggered for some reason. Cool. So we'll try that. And then, yeah. Can you use crucifix tail or V tail? V tail? Are you... I don't know what you mean. Sorry, maybe I'm just dense. I don't know what you mean. Then I need a bunch of fuel from the... We'll try this and we'll see how it goes. I may need to rethink this because I haven't had the chance to actually like design this idea yet. I haven't had a chance to really work on it on this size. The other one, of course, I was looking into, but with this size, I don't know if I've had the chance to really like do enough with it yet. So it's mostly like in my head at the moment. So if I was to say make the fuel tank here, and then most of the Methalox will come from this tank. So everything else should be what we need for like liquid fuel. Maybe we can get by with using... No, let's just you know what? How about this? Let's see what we need for the satellites themselves and see if they even fit in here. So, like, if I was going to build a satellite as small as possible, right? The size of it matters. Let's say I'm building 3 of them. Because I don't know if I can fit 4 in here. If I'm building 3, it would be this plus... We could probably have these... I don't know, what do you think? Have these be... You can push them with monopropellant. They're really small. You can push them with monoprop. And then we do something like this tiny little engine here, these are radially mounted anyway. Yikes. Not going to be able to work with that. We'll go with this little... This is a linear one. We could do something like this. There's 2 little engines that can. Maybe. So every time I launch the game and I start, I'm stuck on the loading screen. Anyone got advice? I don't think I've ever had that happen. I don't know. Somebody says run it in OpenGL. So maybe that'll work. This is going to use... Does it show me how much they actually use? All right, so they all have the same thrust and specific impulse. So I almost feel like maybe just having this be 1. Of course, I'd need it to be right in the center, and that's... Yeah, I'm not going to do that. We're going to do like this instead. So 2 of them like this. And then I would want to have... This is kind of it. Plus solar, of course. You need some power for this too. So the really tiny panels could go on the sides of them like this. And that could kind of be it. For communications. I can't believe this is considered the extra small. Small. If you want long range out of these things... Oh, I can't throw this away. Throw it away. Okay. If you want long range out of these things... It doesn't say... They need more details on this. Like, there's no electric charge draw at all. So I would say that I would want to just basically use... I don't know, something like this, but then I can't attach it where I want it to attach. If I did something like this, then it wouldn't fit in there. I need it to fit. So for now, we'll just say 200 million meters. And then they'll relay with another one that it does it differently before. So we'll say it goes like this. Now, with that antenna like that, will you fit in here? Yeah, you'll fit in here pretty easily, actually. We could actually launch a whole bunch of them. We could do like 10 of these things in the same plane. But on that note, then I think this is totally enough space. And if that's going to be enough space, we could get away with more fuel by adding another one of these tanks. And if we add another one of those tanks, that gives us the room we need to add a bigger wing. To add the wings we need. Oops, wrong symmetry mode. Like that. And then I can shape the wings differently. How is it small? I think it's because everything else is kind of small too. You know? But we really don't have big. Like, the big connections, big communications doesn't exist anymore. Like, this is our large command pod. Just to give you a size difference for the plane, right? Our large command pod is here. So when they say it's a small you know, dish. It's a small dish. But this one's also says is small, and it's, you know, definitely not. So I have no idea. It's not small. I guess the short answer is it's not. There. I can't get rid of them. It won't let me remove them from the game. There we go. Okay. All right, so we'll need to connect these with decouplers, and I guess one thing I could do is I could put in a structural part, something like a hub, like an extra small hub, something like that. And maybe we put one of these on each side, something like that. Okay. And then on the hub, there we go. On the hub, we could then take and add stack separators will make a couple of pieces of space junk. The more ideal approach, I suppose, would be to flip this over so that it's on this side. Yep. And so the side that the arrow points on is the side that's getting released. So in other words, it's going to stick to the side that's not where the arrow is pointing. And so we can place this like there. And then that way, when this ejects, it will just eject the satellite. And I won't be able to control this, actually. Because this doesn't have a reaction wheel built in. I don't think that hub does. Hold on. This one does. It does. There is a reaction wheel built into it. But I'll only be able to move it with its engines. Which isn't a huge deal, I guess. Krios, have a good night, dude. It's good to see ya. Hi, Dan. Welcome in. Good to see you, man. So let's copy this. Paste it here. And then to get... need to look at their ejection force, right? So I want these to be a really light ejection. Like, basically just let go. Don't push it anywhere. Just let go. Kind of like that. So then what I need to do is I need to put something in the middle, and then I can, you know, possibly attach something else there. So for structure, why don't we take a look at these panels and see if there is something I can do, maybe with the panel in the center like this. I'm not sure. Maybe a larger panel would be needed. Is that too high? It's ever so slightly too high. Oh, but it's also creeping off the back too. So I need the smaller one. Unless there's a round one. It's mostly the shape of this. Actually, curious. You know what? Actually, let's try it this way. What if we were to go like this instead? Is that connected? I don't think that's actually connected. I think that's just sitting in the VAB. Yeah, that's not actually connected to anything. Okay. So I need to put something in the middle here that I can attach it to. If I was to do something like this. All right, it's not high enough. Unless perhaps that would work. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Another solution could be some of these. Like a round one. Oh, the round ones would work. I haven't really explored the structural parts yet, but I think the round ones would work better than this. And if I did a smaller... Something like this. No, it's too big. I need really small. Because this is just going to sit in the VAB. It needs to actually attach to the ship. It's not actually attaching. All right, I think I got it. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this out and this out. And instead of doing one long bay, I'm going to do two small ones. So I'll take this away. We'll go into payloads. And we'll put in this. We'll have one more, but we're also going to have another fuel tank. And we'll just separate into two separate smaller cargo bays. And that way I can attach these like this. And then all I have to do from there is simply go in and sink these into the tanks. Kind of like that. Yeah, kind of like that. So that will give me 4 sats that I can use. There. I mean, it's certainly not very clean, but it does what it needs to do, which is to take 4 satellites to orbit, right? And then we just release them. Hopefully with very little ejection force. And then there won't be any space junk either. They should all have, 1 kilonewton. They shouldn't have a lot of space junk. There's a reaction wheel built on this, so I should be able to just ever so slightly hit these little tiny engines to get it away from the plane and then circularize whatever orbit it needs to become functional. Whether or not it can actually do that, like I guess I need to see its delta V numbers. We'll pull one of the samples off here, and we'll say this: what is your delta V number? And you're not going to give that to me because you won't give me monopropellant statistics. So I guess one thing I could do to try to test it to see is I'll take and put this on the runway for a second. And then what I'll do is we'll just turn RCS on. And... whoa. Really? Well, that's peculiar. Oh, interesting. Okay, with 2 engines on, it actually burns for quite a while. No, this is the monopropellant right here. Fascinating. It doesn't even seem to be... it's barely draining at all. So technically, we could really do a lot with this. The problem, though, is I have to use H to go. Ah, there it is. Okay, now we're looking at what it really is. That's actually quite a bit of influence. I mean, certainly we can't see its thrust to weight right now, but that fuel lasts quite a while. It's around 3, it'll have feet. Maybe. My most important thing, though, is I don't want to influence it with torque. I don't want torque on it. This fuel lasts quite a long time. So I think we're... oh, and I got up in the air. Yeah. I had enough to get up in the air. I was 1 meter above the ground. Yep. We can actually lift. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Yep, we can go somewhere. Okay. So that's got a good amount of thrust, and it lasts quite a while. The only problem with this is that I have to go by holding H. So I can't do this with shift. I can't use with this craft. I can't use the throttle here. This is meaningless. So I basically have to use it like it's a monopropellant, a regular monopropellant system where going forward is H, going backwards is N, and then I, J, K, and L is how you influence it when you're running with RCH. With RCS, sorry. That's how you influence it. So in order to go up, I have to use H instead. And then I have to then control its orientation mostly by with the reaction wheel. So it would be something like well, reaction wheel is hard to control when you're already spinning. I think it'll be fine. You can hear the confidence in my voice. I think it'll be fine. The only thing I'd like to do differently, I suppose, is to like if I could somehow get the engines to actually respond to the throttle as opposed to the H, I, J, K, and L, that would be better. Are there any regular engines that use only monoprop? It doesn't appear so. Like, this is the only one. It's a radially mounted engine that is way bigger than I need. It's just too big. But this engine would work with the shift key and stuff. And you can see it's just too big. So I'm gonna try and just say, hey, I know how to fly this thing, and just say that I can fly it. But I had enough thrust to weight there to get off the pad, just a little bit off the pad. So I know this thing can push it. So we're going to go with that being our solution for now. We'll see how we do. It's going to take a little bit of skill to drive it, because as I rotate it, I need to turn RCS off. And then as I push it, I turn RCS on. That'll be a little bit challenging. But ultimately, I think we're good here. So let's go ahead and close the bays. These are packed and ready to go. So the next thing is to figure out how to get this plane to fly. That's going to be a tough bit. We're going to try to design the wings a little bit better. And I think we'll extend the route length a little bit. Reduce the span of it. Probably want to sweep it back. It's supposed to be a high-speed plane, so we'll maybe do a little bit of swept there. It's probably fine like this. It might be a little bit too small for what my purposes are, but we'll see. And then we're going to reposition it to be about here instead. Okay. So on the back side of the plane, we're going to want 2 rapiers. And so we're going to want something like this. And then I think to give it air, because we're going to need air too. We're going to end up moving these wings back even further. To give it the air that it needs. What category is that? Is it in aerodynamics? Yeah, intake. We're going to use these engine pre-coolers. The thing we're looking at here is how much methane does it hold, which is in this case here. Is the biggest one. And also how much intake air does it bring in. And so they're the same, except this one holds more fuel, so I'm going to do that. And then I want to have... Oh, you're not actually going to... Okay, interesting. I want to have them both here. And then rapiers will be on this like that. Okay, so I think we probably have enough fuel to not need this extra tank. But real quick, we'll just take this tank off and pop this here. And then we'll see whether this works better or not. We'll see how that goes. Of course, if you're not familiar with the game, these rapier engines are special in that they will only burn. They'll only need the methane at first. In the old game, that translates to just liquid fuel. And they basically serve just like air-breathing engines, like any plane engine would. So it's super efficient. It has an ISP of 3200. It doesn't have that in vacuum. Even though it says it does, you have to look into the actual details for the engine. And if you look at the far right of this detail screen, you'll see that the ISP for the air-breathing part is 3200 in the vacuum. But if you switch modes, which is the important bit, your ISP actually drops to 305. And the majority of the time, we're going to be running that part. We're going to be 3/4 of the way up in the atmosphere, most likely at that point anyway, at least halfway up. And so we might not get halfway up. We'll see. But we would end up firing it there. So we're probably going to get less than 300 seconds of specific impulse there. So not as nearly as efficient. But I'm pretty sure we're going to need more fuel than this. Just because I want to see how it flies the way it is, though. Let's, I don't know. We'll slap a little bit of control surfaces on the front here really quick. Just a little bit. We'll use, like, maybe these small. Even these, I think, are a little bit big. Try the smaller ones. Wow. Smaller ones are really smaller, aren't they? They weren't kidding. I said smaller. All right, we're going to take the, not extra small, but just the small. Put it right here, and then we'll tweak its size. We don't need them quite this big. First, let's make sure it's... Hold on. Let's make sure that it's not sticking out. Push it in a little bit like that. Okay. Right, good. So we'll just design it a little bit differently. I think the wingspan, we don't need it quite so big, so we'll go kind of like this. The angle was probably fine the way it was. It doesn't really need to be all that thick. Doesn't need to have all that length, tip angle, position. Yeah, it's fine. It's probably fine just that way, actually. I don't need to adjust it more from there. So we'll just see what this is going to be like. It's just these two engines for now. That's not going to be nearly enough to get to orbit, but I want to kind of see where we're at and then adjust it from there. Most likely, I'll need a row of tanks along the top and bottom of these wings to add more fuel. And then we can also add 4 additional rapiers on the back. Or we could remove the air-breathing portion of this. Normally, I would say, hey, let's put nuclear engines in the middle and then put the rapiers around them. But nuclear power actually takes hydrogen now instead of just liquid fuel. And because of that new fuel source, we don't actually have a tank that matches the shape for the plane. And so if you wanted to use nuclear power, you'd have to do it with hydrogen tanks, you know, like put them on the top and bottom and run them different directions. But ultimately, that's just not as feasible as it is in KSP1 because you can't use the standard liquid fuel. Yeah. Anyway, so just to see where we're at, let's go ahead and grab ground. Interesting. So for the wheels, problem with the wheels is they're not going to be too far forward, and I don't think they're going to be the right angle here real quick. Look at that. They're not snapping. Hang on. Yeah. It's so far forward. And if I'm not mistaken, they don't look like they're lined up. They look lined up to you? Well, we're just gonna test it anyway. I just think they're really low. And then the small wheel here might be enough, but I doubt it. I think I probably need bigger wheels for this whole craft. I think the whole craft is gonna really struggle with these wheels. So this is gonna be a complete failure, most likely. Are these facing the right direction? I don't think they are. I think they're supposed to be this way, aren't they? Are they supposed to be this way? Center of lift is a bit too far behind? No, it's fine. Because it'll start... We're going to lose... Remember, we're going to lose the... We'll lose the payload. And when the payload goes, it'll push the center of mass back. Remember, you don't want your center of mass to ever get in front of your center of lift. Like, ever. Lift has to remain behind mass, always. So we're going to lose mass in the front, and that's going to push this back. So as we fly, this will change as we fly. These don't need to be staged either. I'm going to put them all on one stage because I don't need them staged. Okay, so again, I don't think this is going to work very well. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I'm going to give it a try. And we'll just see how it goes. So we'll say SSTO test flight, let's say. This is the SSTO test flight. All right, and we'll just give like a quick save with SSTO, I guess. Okay, so let's just see what happens. It's probably bad, and we're gonna do it at night because why not? But we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's still bouncing around like crazy. Go figure. Okay. Let's see how we do. Again, I don't have very high hopes for this, but we'll see. So with only 2 engines, my frame rates here are about 20 to 25 FPS. That's with 2 engines pulling from the same fuel source. And remember, the more engines you add on the fuel source, the worse your frames. They're going to drop very quickly when you do that. Okay, I started to go a little bit crooked, which is weird, but all right. For some reason, G is not pulling my gear up. It's very weird. Let's go ahead and click it here. Probably should have waited for daytime to try this, and I think I will. But we're going pretty fast. So we got a chance here. With the speed this thing has, we've got a chance. Yeah, I don't know that, General. I want to say it's active, but honestly, I don't know. Because they said multiple engines pulling from the same fuel source is what they say in their patch notes for like known issues. So I don't know if they, again, I don't know if they have to be actively pulling from the same fuel source or if it's just like, you know, only when they are pulling. Or if they just being on the craft is enough. Yeah, I don't actually know that. All right, so again, I'm sorry about it being dark. The next test flight, I totally will do it during the day. But I just wanted to get a baseline for where I was. And this is with the payload too. We have the satellites in there, so this is technically a realistic example. I would probably want to disallow fuel from being pulled out of this tank, but I don't think you can do that. Normally, you'd want your forwardmost fuel tank to have the fuel disallowed, just to help your center of, just to help that. Oh shit! Well, now we're gonna pull all sorts of fuel. Yeah, that was quicker than I wanted it to be. That's weird. It's switching modes on its own. Like it's automatically switching modes. Excuse me? It's automatically switching. How do I stop you from doing that? Oh boy, oh boy. We should probably do the same thing to the other engine too. Oh goodness. We got it, it's under control. Saved it. Sick drum beat though, yeah. Yeah, so figuring out whether this is actually gonna get us to orbit now, probably not. I think I need to have more speed. Certainly need more altitude. But that was a good trial run to see if it would do it. I think we need more, we're gonna need more methalox for sure. And I would like to have at least 4 of these engines, I think. More fuel and more engines, I think, is probably the prognosis. But we did get pretty close to space at least. You know, we might actually reach space. It looks like we're gonna get to space. At the very least, we get to space. Yeah, and we still have a little bit of fuel left, but not nearly enough, I wouldn't think, to get back safely and land on the runway and all that stuff. But I mean, we are gonna get to space. So as far as test runs go, that was actually pretty decent. We still have a lot of parts to add. And look at this. I did this without... Look at this. I don't even have a tail fin, you guys. I totally forgot to put like any type of vertical stabilization on this at all. I don't know if you can see that because it's dark. I'm sorry. But there's no vertical stabilizer on this plane at all. It doesn't need it, man. It doesn't need it. Very efficient. Let's just keep it facing prograde if possible. We'll speed time up. We're going about 5 frames per second now. Now it's gonna spin because it doesn't have any vertical stabilizers. Although there's no air where we are anyway now, so really I don't know what's going on with it. I think it's just the fact that there's like no reaction wheel system or anything like that, so it's gonna have a hard time staying where it needs to. I thought the cabin had a reaction wheel in it though. Yeah, it does. The cabin does. So we are able to influence it kind of. Yeah, no vertical stabilizers whatsoever. That was I didn't realize that as I was flying, but it worked. And again, I apologize for it being so dark. We absolutely will do this for real in the daytime. I'm mostly just really curious to see whether or not I get orbit here, because I actually think I have enough fuel to get to orbit. I don't think I have enough to get out, but I mean, maybe. Certainly wouldn't want to re-enter atmosphere and try to land without vertical stabilization, though. I don't think I would ever want to. I don't think I want to do that. And here, okay, we are now in space. Finally in space. Okay, so we want to point prograde. Massive plane. Actually, not that massive, but it's in space. That's all we needed to be, is in space. Now, if we could just point it in the proper direction. My gosh, maybe not. Hang on. Control from here. Can you please point prograde? It doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. It won't. All right, why do I have... There's like a phantom force on me right now, like causing a spin. Why is this spinning? What? There's like a phantom force on the craft causing it to spin. I'm doing nothing to it right now. I'm not touching it. I have lock orientation. I'm not touching it, and it's still moving. Like it's accelerating. Very weird. Trying to get it to point prograde. Come on. Point prograde, you little shit. Go. We are in orbit. We have orbit. So that's cool. We got orbit. And we have enough fuel to deorbit ourselves. But like, again, I wouldn't want to do that and try to land without vertical stabilizations. But we know it will work. I mean, I can see it. We are in orbit with a plane. There's just this, again, phantom force or something causing spin. I have no idea what it is. Let's just like take time acceleration really quick. Let's go into the day side. Get out of the nighttime. You can see this abomination without no tail fin at all. There. And then without SAS, again, I shouldn't see it, rotate at all without SAS. So we're up near 93. We're on approach to our apoapsis, which is perfect for these satellites because they need to be higher up. So what I would do is I would open the cargo bay if this was the final run, right? Because I'd rather test, kind of want to test everything, right? So assuming this is the final run here, what we can do is real quick, let's just not have any rotation if we can avoid that. Okay. So we're going to use the arrow keys to move our camera over. So I can see what I'm doing here. Okay. And then we're going to say that we want to... first, I guess I'll start with control from here. And then I want to go ahead and decouple this. There we go. And then I should be able to, I believe, with the reaction control system... Okay, it says I have no commnet. But I have a satellite on each one of these. I got a dish. Or not I have a Communitron 16S on each one of these. And it says in the description of the part that it has a 20 million meter range. So it should be good. The only reason it wouldn't be good is if the Kerbal Space Center isn't below us, right? Because it's not on the dark side. So I'd probably have to do this on the dark side or have another satellite in orbit, right, to relay off of. So since I don't have that, I can't control this right now. But I think somehow with time acceleration, it's allowed to phase through other parts, apparently, to leave. Yeah, it's going to phase through the other part and leave the plane. Bye, plane. Goodbye, you ugly little plane. And then as it leaves, it should hopefully get control back. At some point on the dark side here, we should get control again. Because we're not out of range. As long as we got the Kerbal Space Center underneath us. Oh, we ran out of charge. Right. Oh, yeah. I need to be able to control it to... Yeah, the solar panel is not facing the sun when I deployed it. So the solar panel would have been charged. I might need to add a small battery. There is 5 units of charge here. Like there's 5 units of power built into the probe, but I might need to add a battery to this configuration to make that happen. See all those little stars in the backgrounds, those little dots? Those are places you're going to be able to go. I doubt it. I don't think they've ever promised that, have they? Have they ever said that? Because I really doubt that they're going to have that many systems in the game. They're going to have them procedurally generated if they're going to do that. Which would be interesting to do. They would be like a different for everybody kind of thing. See, now I have EC, but no connection. Right, so I think this isn't a lost cause. We could theoretically get away from this, or get away with this. It would just take a while. Effectively, we would just need the Kerbal Space Center to be on the day side, which is what we're going to have anyway. And then once that happens, we would have EC at the same time as the connection. I would be able to then control this and do what I need to do. What is that? Okay, somehow the coupler left the vessel? It wasn't supposed to. It's not a stack separator, right? I used a decoupler, not a stack separator. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. That's STJ3125. I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's the right one. The TD06. I feel like that's a decoupler, not a stack separator. But somehow it also, you know, got kicked out. But anyway, proof of concept, right? And I think that for a proof of concept, this totally worked way better than I thought it would out of the gate. Like, this plane works a lot better than I thought it would right away. Especially without a tail fin. So good. They could go for the Elite Dangerous route. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's within the scope of the game, though. I get it. It'd be an epic, but... I'm in the camp that I would prefer to have fewer meaningful locations than to have, you know, 15, 20,000, or in Elite Dangerous's cases, you know, millions of different places to go, right? Or I think the Elite Dangerous game itself has something like 400 million stars that are possible to go to or something. I don't know. Like, I would rather have way fewer meaningful locations that have polished, interactive utility and meaning to me than to have like the No Man's Sky approach where the whole system is your oyster. That's what I would prefer to have, which is one of the reasons why I'm drawn more to Star Citizen than I am Elite Dangerous, and why I'm going to be playing that a lot more. Even though there's a lot less in the game, once they add a new system, it's a system that's handcrafted and it's meaningful, and there's actually things to do there, as opposed to, you know, you're going to go through 7 or 8 systems in your jumps to get where you want to go. You don't even care about those 6 that you just went through because there's nothing meaningful in them. So that's my take on it anyway. Okay, so I think first thing to do here is vertical stabilizers. Probably a good idea. We could probably do some small ones. And I kind of like maybe it's just me, but I sort of like the 2 at an angle method of doing it. And I don't know what KSP prefers. KSP probably doesn't like this as much as I do, but I kind of like the look of having two of them on the back. Probably, I don't know, 2 of them that need to be a little bit bigger than this, of course. Maybe I'll do the medium ones instead. Wow, there's a huge size difference there, though, isn't there? That's a huge size difference between those 2 sizes. I'm gonna put it like this. Make sure it's not sticking out. Looks like it's pretty solid. It's pretty on there. And I haven't had to use any struts yet. But if I had any additional engines, I probably will need to use struts. I think one thing this plane could really use, though, is more air intake. I think we can stay in air breathing mode longer, which in turn allows us to get higher. I think we can stay in air breathing mode a little bit longer and everything will be fine here. Also, these stabilizers are actually a little bit too far forward. Let's put them like back here instead. Something like that instead. Doesn't really fit on there well. Gonna have to... Whoa. Hey, camera. What's good, homie? Gonna have to play around with where these things are actually at. Kind of want them here, but then I also need them to be rotated. So they're not at the right angle for me right now. Kind of want them up like this. Yeah. And then maybe we kind of bring them down in a little bit. Something like that. And then we maybe bring them up just a tiny bit higher. Yeah, that should give us the vertical stability we need. It's a little bit, I don't know, the angle on them is weird, but for the purpose they serve, I think it's fine. For now. It's a little bit strange. I might change where that is. Maybe line up the blue. Should we line up this blue line? I don't even know if that'll be a good thing to do. Something like that. not quite lined up, but you get what I mean. Might look a little better if the blue stripes were like that. And then it's a little bit, yeah, needs to be brought in just a tad. Kind of like that. There. Looks a little bit better from that side anyway. All right, so I got vertical stabilization. I got wheels. No idea if they're adequate enough for this purpose. I actually did lose control a little bit of the plane right before takeoff. So I'm going to take and move this wheel forward more, although I suspect I should probably have a bigger wheel. But I'm going to move it forward to help me with that control. And maybe even just a forward even more. Like that. That should give me a little bit more control. What else do we need? If I'm staying in air breathing mode longer, I'll need more air intakes. And then I also need to set up a custom action to close the air intakes when I go into the closed cycle, because that'll just help me with my, with air resistance and such. Makes me more aerodynamic. So this one doesn't take in very much air. These ones do, but I would need additional fuel for those, which I kind of don't want to add. This is a very simple plane already, and I kind of like the way it is. These are very easy to add. They just don't really add a lot of air value. Like 0.01 this is a quarter of that. And then like these ones are the biggest ones, right? Which is why I'm using 2 of these. But I think I can add these to the plane a lot easier because of where they can fit in. I can put a bunch of these on there, and maybe that'll make things okay. So why don't we put one maybe along the edge here like this? That looks pretty good. You don't even hardly notice it's there. It's kind of nifty. We could put one in the back, maybe between the wings. If that kind of messes up. Oh, hang on. Something like this, maybe. It doesn't look good. It's not like hugging the side. They need rotated to look good. Yeah, they're not good. Hang on. That's better. That's way better. Yeah, that'll add just a little bit more intake air. Turn off friction control on the front wheel. It'll stop you losing controls. Turn off friction control. So yeah, I haven't messed with wheels at all in this game. So let me take a look. Auto friction control. Turn that off. The auto friction control. Probably should take auto suspension off too, and maybe just, I don't know, just tweak the springs and make them stronger, I guess. I want them to not bounce as much. So for the braking power on the front, I mean, I could see maybe having less on the front, right? And then maybe friction level drops to like 0.6, I guess. But in the back, I would want to be changed. In the back, I would want maybe the friction level to be 1.0 is fine on the back. Maybe just leave that alone on the back wheels. But the braking power, I want to turn that way up in the back. Like 200% is fine. And then no auto suspension. And then let's maybe kind of do something like this. And I don't know. I have no idea how these work, but it's fine. What else should we do? We need to have... I think some lights could be kind of cool to put on this. I know it's extra parts, but we're not really limited by parts right now anyway when it comes to frame rates. It's all the inefficiency of the engine anyway. So I think for lights could be kind of cool. What about utility? Are they... we should probably implement some sort of parachute on this just in case we can't land. Kind of a cop-out, and it adds weight. Yeah, it's going to add a lot of weight. Maybe not. The lights are very, very small amounts of light. So we could say maybe we do something like 2 lights on the sides here. And these lights, maybe we change them to where they are... Should we do like red and green? Or is that just not unnecessary, you know? I don't know if we really need to do that. And then also, we could take these and put them on the wings, just because we can. I think that sounds interesting. Put them on the tip of the wing. Just because we can. It doesn't even line up well. Hold on. We need to do something about that. There we go. And then we'll just stick it all the way in the front. Or maybe the back. Maybe halfway, like this. Yeah, right where it starts to get too narrow for it. There we go. What else did we need? I feel like we're forgetting something. Oh, right, the batteries for the satellites. Yeah, good call. Yeah, that's something what we're forgetting to do now. Let's opening this up, and we have room for that. So, you know, these are very small satellites, so we have room for it. So what I guess I could do is we can take the fastest way to do this. I think the fastest way to do this would be to simply design one of them and just copy paste it to the other places. So we could say maybe pull this off like this, and then for electricity, the problem is that these batteries are very thick. The really small ones could technically fit on the side. Maybe they fit on the side. The side where the solar isn't. To do that, though, means getting in the way of my little dish. My little antenna. So if I put the antenna kind of up near the front part of that, kind of like this. Right? Let's get right down in there here. Put it right in the center, like that. We take these really small batteries, and we go 2x, and maybe something like that. I suppose, I don't think it's cheating per se, but it is kind of to me. We can also sink it in just a little bit, you know, kind of like it's nested in there. That technically gives us more charge. That gives us another 200 units. So we went from 5 units to 205 units. I think that's a pretty substantial increase. That seems good to me. Alternatively, we could have done it in line, but I think I'm going to leave it like this instead. I want them to kind of be compact. Be really compact. So then we'll go ahead and copy this, flip it over, and go like so. There we go. Well, hang on, wait. That messed up big time. You see how weird that was? It was really messed up. There it goes. All right, that works for me. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll just pull these off. And we'll stick that one like that. And it did it again. It's like rotating the tank in a really weird way. I don't understand why it's doing that. It makes no sense. It makes really no sense. Might be a symmetry mode thing, but regardless, it's a direct copy. It shouldn't rotate the parts on the copy within it. Just, I don't understand why it's doing that. That's a really weird glitch. It might have something to do with like hovering over top of this, like it's moving the attachment point, but it's a direct copy. So it shouldn't be doing that within the model of its own copy like this. And then we just stick it right here. Okay. That works for me. Each one has solar panel. Each one has batteries. Not sure what's going on here. That's a little strange. Okay. Cool, man. You watch Matt Lone? I've seen some of his videos. I don't spend as much time as you'd think watching YouTube. I know it sounds weird given that like a decent portion of my income is YouTube. So you'd think I would spend a lot more time watching it too, but my daughter takes up so much of my time, and when my daughter's not taking up my time, I'm doing this with you guys. So not as much as you'd think. I've seen a few of his videos. I would assume that he's covering KSP2 extensively, but let's go ahead and close these up. I think that's good. So this is going to deliver a 4-satellite constellation to low Kerbal orbit. Seems pretty straightforward. We don't need any direct communications to be installed directly on the plane itself because Kerbals will be on there. However, if we're role-playing this, you would say, Kerbals probably want to be able to communicate as well. Kerbals probably want to be able to talk, right, to the KSC. So we'll stick an antenna right on the top. Maybe we'll do it to, like, I don't know, one of these fuel tanks instead. Just so it's not directly over the cockpit. Something like this. Say this is like a communication access door for communications or something. I don't know. We'll do that. And then I think, do we need any... It probably doesn't hurt to put some sort of like solar panels and stuff on this. I bet it doesn't really hurt. So I suppose we could, if it's not too heavy. It's got a little bit of mass, but it's not that big of a deal. But we could stick maybe like just one. Stick like one of these like right here on the back. That's fine. And then it opens up in a straight line, right? It just extends straight out. Yeah, like that. That's enough to keep us charged up and then good to go. Pop that back down. I guess the only other thing we could do, which might get in the way of the satellites, but what we could do is just to make sure the plane itself has its own battery power sources, is we could sort of just stick a couple batteries like this. Inside like that. And then we'll just kind of do one of these numbers. Sink it in and sink it in like that. All right. I think we should try it again. Try this again. Now, I was talking about multiplayer earlier and like how you can see that they're working on it and how you can see, certain elements of the game are already prepped for features that aren't even in the game yet, that kind of thing, right? One of those elements is that the time is always running. So in KSP1, the world was paused. Everything was paused while you were designing a craft. But here, everything is being simulated outside while you're building a craft because it's already kind of caked in and built ready for multiplayer. Again, wish they would not do that unless you have multiplayer going. But that's just kind of how they've decided to do it. And so that's another reason for reduced performance. But if I was to go out to the Kerbal Space Center right now, it's still dark, but I can go in and say, oh, hi, orbital cam. That's an interesting thing to do right now. Oh, hi. Whee! All right, cool. Welcome to the Kerbal Space Center, everyone. Let's get ourselves daytime, please. There we go. Somehow we need to... Oh, dear. We need to somehow get... there we go. And can I look to the... Nope. I want to look to the... Slide to the left. Okay, I'll try to do it this way then. Nope, that's not... Oh, okay, wow. You don't know how hard it is. It's like the direction I'm looking is nowhere even close to where my mouse is going. Okay, back to the VAB, please. Okay. Sorry if anybody got motion sick there. I was trying to get it back to where I could see the buildings. Okay, so we've added additional air intakes for our air breathing mode. I think we probably should go ahead and do the action groups to make sure that we can define when these engines will change. So we'll go to custom 1, and I think I want to make sure that the engines will switch mode. Let's go ahead and have them cycle mode on that one as well as on that one. So we'll control that with an action group now. Cycle mode may not work very well because it was going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, and it was already cycling anyway. So I think what we'll do as a constellation, Yeah, consolation. Is on custom group 2, what I'll do is I'll make sure I set it to close cycle mode. So that way, if for some reason it is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, I'll just hit 2 instead, and that will push them both to close cycle at the same time. We don't need to do action groups anymore for solar panels because they're already in our access bar over here. That's going to be while we're flying. Same thing for lights, landing gear, etc. We don't need those. Although G wasn't working for my gear, which was a little bit weird. I'm wondering if maybe the positioning of them is causing that to error out, but either way, the button on the side did work for the gear, so that's fine. The last action group then will be 3, and we'll say that I think it's arrow. Yeah, we want to have all of the air intakes close. So we'll look to go like here and here. So we'll want to say toggle intake on these two. And these are all the adjustable ramp radial intakes. So that means these two are also the same thing. Toggle and toggle. Okay. And then finally, the engine cell as well. We want to have that be toggling as well. So when we switch to a closed cycle mode, we'll want to close those air intakes so that they're not causing additional drag, or they're not causing too much drag, basically. Okay, so I think that's better, right? I think we're good there. We'll just save it the way it was, and now that it's daytime, let's pick our pilot. We have Bartmel Kerman. Bartmel, great name. You know what? I think he needs some company, so we'll let Nedfield. We're gonna let Nedfield go ahead and just be in the cockpit with him, and we'll go ahead and launch it from there. We ended up not adding additional engines. I kind of wanted 4 on this, but you know, before we didn't need them, so let's hope we don't need them this time either. Okay, I think we're all set. So let's go. It's weird that we only have 7,000 meters per second on the liquid engines. And I'm getting about 10 FPS on this right now. So your frame rates are definitely improved at night, which is kind of odd. I think that's a little bit strange, but I mean, I guess if graphics are the limitation, then I suppose it makes sense. You have more detail to render at in the daytime. So I suppose that does make some sense. And G is still not working. Interesting. I'll just go ahead and lift it with the button instead. And I think we'll hold like maybe 20 degrees for now. Why are you restricting yourself to 2 engines? I think it's because it's sufficient. If I add additional engines, I'll need to add additional fuel. More is not always better. That said, though, more might help here. So we'll see. I mean, it's a purpose-driven craft. The plane is built with a specific purpose, and you know, while we were testing it out anyway. Oh, one thing I didn't do is set how I want these, you know, wings to react and everything. So we can go into our wings here, and we can say into the advanced controls, we can say that we don't want it to react to pitch or roll, and it's only yaw, right? We can do stuff like that. So maybe I don't want my front ones here. I should have done this in the VAB, but I forgot. But I can have them, you know, limited to, like, say, just pitch and roll here. Yeah. I am worried we don't have enough fuel. So it may be necessary to add more fuel tanks, more complexity to the plane. I was hoping not to have to do that, but it's possible that that will have to happen. I'm gonna nose down just a little bit here, see if I can build up more speed. But it's possible I'll need to add. When I was originally looking to design this plane, I said I wanted 4 Rapiers. But we started testing it with 2, and we've already gotten to orbit with 2. And you really don't need a whole lot of fuel to land on the runway. You know, if you do it in such a way where you don't have a lot of like, you don't come into Kerbal, I feel like I just don't have enough fuel here. This is concerning me. I thought we had more fuel last time, but it's starting to feel like I don't now. I'm wondering if maybe we just went steeper before, like last time, or what? I don't know. I'm gonna go up just a little bit steeper. And if I end up buying my if I end up getting a couple of joysticks, I want to do HOSAS with Star Citizen, so I'll end up having 2 joysticks, and I'll totally fly Kerbal. I'll totally fly all these crafts with a joystick instead of WASD. That'd be awesome. Way more precise. You wouldn't have to do like jerky movements like this with a keyboard, right? You could be way more precise with a joystick, so I'll totally use it for that too. I don't see why not. No, I don't see why I would need additional reaction wheels, Nebula. The plane itself doesn't really need a whole lot of control authority with regards to reaction wheels. The only time it really matters which direction it's pointing and stuff, the only time that really truly matters is when it's in atmosphere, and I mean, it's got wings and it's got control surfaces for that. So we're able to get our apoapsis to 32 with this, which is pretty good. And we're gonna want to switch now. I think pretty close. Yep. So let's go ahead and we're gonna close cycle this in a second. Yep. Let's go. It's not paying attention to my action groups. Oh wow. So action groups aren't working. That sucks. I'll see what I can do then. This is gonna suck. Oh, really? Could have swore I clicked that on time. Oh boy. Yeah, they're not working, man. I thought they would, but they're not. Yeah, I don't have enough fuel anymore. The first flight went better. I wonder what I did differently. First flight was definitely better, though. I mean, we have added stuff, right? We added batteries. That adds mass. We added air intakes. That adds drag. Right? We added the vertical control surfaces. That added drag, too. I mean, the plane proved that it didn't need them. At least not on ascent. It probably needs them on descent. But it didn't need them on ascent, so... maybe that's what it was. I don't know. We'll see. We got 342 meters per second remaining. That's probably barely enough to reach orbit, if that. Especially since we're still pretty low. Still in atmosphere. And, oh, you are really hard to control without a whole lot of air. So I probably need to, no, we probably need to, I think I need to go steeper. I have lots of... I think we'll try that. I think we'll go steeper. This is not working out. This plane is not as easy to control anymore. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, you know, I think we should just embrace the roll, really. I mean, that's fine. We can embrace the roll. Sure. Let's just speed up time and we'll embrace the roll. Why not? Speed up time, which means get terrible frame rates, but yeah. My goodness. Yeah, I know I can pause. I just don't like to. I mean, I can pause just by doing this too, right? Like that'll give me the good frame rates. It really, honestly, paused, it's only 45. Which is weird because you wouldn't think any physics is being calculated there. So like I could still do it here too, right? You need more reaction modes for vacuum? No, I don't. I think it's completely fine. Like, you don't have to be in a hurry to get where you're going. You know, space is not something where everything happens fast. You know, I'll have like 8 minutes to maneuver and that kind of thing. It's pretty easy to just use what control authority I have to get into position. If I want to do it right away and then time accelerate 8 minutes, then sure, but you don't need it. Yeah, wingtip RCS, right? None of that stuff is necessary. If I was docking to a station, I would then absolutely we would need reaction control systems and all sorts of stuff on this. If we were like going to dock to a station or something, but we're not. Although we could, I guess. I could remake it to where we go to a station. My goodness, this thing is barely going to get into orbit at this rate. Like, we've lost so much because of this thing's stupid spinning. We've lost a lot of get up there. 77 now. All right. Just embrace the spin. Let's just do it. Whatever. Embrace it. Yeah, another relaxing space flight. Honestly, I think I have enough to get back. You know, it's tough to really know. I wouldn't once I get into orbit. Oh, sorry, once I deorbit, like once I have a periapse that's in atmosphere, I don't technically need closed cycle anymore. So I'm really, at that point, just it's all about liquid fuel. And I don't have any tanks on this. Aside from the engine nacelles, I don't have any tanks whatsoever that's exclusively methane. So if I was going to add anything to this plane, I would say, you know, it would need a tank on both sides. Like maybe a tank on both sides here and here that had just methane. And then off that, we would have the 2 extra rapiers, and then the wings would be on those. And that would probably be it. That'd be the only thing left to do, really, as far as I know. Okay, so now we need to rotate ourselves to prograde. So that's what we'll do now. And again, like, there's enough control authority here to make that happen. It doesn't need any additional. It's perfectly fine to just get where it needs to go. However, I will say there is something going on with it that's causing rotation to happen when there otherwise shouldn't be rotation. So I am noticing that happening. And I am going to cheat time acceleration to make that happen. It starts immediately. Rotation begins when it shouldn't be. Like, there shouldn't be any rotation at all. But rotation constantly happens anyway. I've noticed there's another streamer I do watch called I think it's EJSJ. He's on Twitch. He was getting the exact same thing with his station the other day. He was getting this phantom force that was spinning his craft for some reason. And I'm getting the same thing happening here. But if I can just... Yeah, see, it's happening again. There's no reason for this to be happening, and yet it is. I'm not hitting any button right now. My hands are completely off the keyboard. And look, like, there's no reason for that to happen, but it's an accelerating force. Like, my hands are totally off the keyboard, and yet you can even see it right here. There's this line, the vector line or whatever, the force line. It's pulling it to one side. And I can try to rotate it the other way with Q, but it's almost like E is permanently held down. It's very weird. So I've been getting that too. All right, so let's go and see about getting into orbit. And it's just not enough. Just not enough. So I think if I had to go in and do it over, right? I mean, we technically have, what? I think it's enough. Okay, we could say it's enough, although I don't have any additional fuel to fly. If I could stop the stupid rotation, then it would be enough. We could technically deliver the satellites, right? Like, the satellites could totally go right now because we've got 20 minutes until we're having to worry about atmosphere, maybe like 15. And I could totally get all these satellites to leave the cargo bay and go on their merry way, complete orbit themselves without the plane, and then, drop it down. But for some reason, these phantom forces, I actually think I would have had enough had this rotation not been happening in atmosphere when we were on our way up. If this thing would have held the line instead of rotating, I wouldn't have had to spend that extra 200 or 300 meters per second to keep it going. Like, I already burned up to like 85 as my apoapsis, but by the time I got to like 55k up, my apo was almost back in the atmosphere again. So I had to burn a couple more times to counteract that. So I almost want to try the launch again, like just straight up only the launch again instead of going back to VAB real quick. And instead try a steeper angle and then flatten out for speed before going up again, and to see whether or not I can do that or not. So I'll try it one more time with that being done, and I think also I'll pause time to switch the modes because the action groups are not working unless I can somehow activate the action group. Maybe I hit the button and that will activate it. I do wish they would allow me to make these interfaces smaller. That'd be the other request I had. They're pretty easy to read. They're just big. They're just a little too big for me, I think. Shrink wing a bit. Yeah, we could do that too. We could shrink the wings. There's definitely a way to make this work without a whole lot of changes. Like, I think this is pretty much a plane that's good to go. And G worked that time. Cool. This is a plane that's pretty close to done. We can make lots of little minor changes to really make it happen. To make it easier to make it happen. I actually also wonder if I had solar panels on my equipment that's inside the cargo bay, whether or not this button would turn those solar, would open those solar too, because it's like this blanket button. I would hope not, but I don't have a way to test that because everything in the cargo bay, it doesn't have anything retractable. Yeah. I watched a lot of Kerbal 2 the last few days. Everyone has this rotation bug. Yeah. It's definitely a thing. All that rotation was not me. It's just this force that's always on and applying, and you can't counteract it because it's 100% in one direction. So the best you can hope for is just to maintain what's already there, and it's not great. You can make them smaller. Drag the little triangular lines in the bottom right corner to resize. Hang on. Oh, okay. Sorry, you misunderstood. I get that. Thank you. You misunderstood. I want everything to be smaller. Like, the window being smaller is a good thing, but I want everything smaller. Like, give me, like, physically smaller text. Like, I don't need it to be... Like, you have this text here, which is tiny. Super tiny. This could be bigger. And then have everything else like this be smaller. I'm also... When I first started playing this, I actually really liked the parts manager, like how everything was all in one place. I thought to myself, I will never have to click individual parts on this craft again, right? I could just do it in a list, and that was nice. But when you have, like, 18 of the exact same part, it can get a little sloppy. It can get really messy. So one thing I wish they would do as a quality of life improvement, and this is probably something a modder would do, as opposed to the people who develop the game, I would like to have a custom name for any part I choose to have a custom name for, and that way anything I know that I'm gonna need to interact with, I can rename it on just this craft. So if I wanted to, for example, say the engines, there's only 2 of them, and that's no big deal. But maybe I want to rename this one to be left or right and left, right? Maybe I want to do that. That seems like something I should be able to do. As far as I'm aware, that's not something that's possible to do in this version of the game. All right, so now that we're up higher, I'm gonna try to use more of this liquid fuel to get speed. I need more velocity. Let's see if we can't level out a little bit here and just get more speed. Just a little bit more. And I'm still going higher, but I really want to level out here while I still have this specific impulse. Let's get our surface speed to like 1,500 meters per second or something. If that's even possible. Without heat, it should be totally possible, but maybe once they implement heat, it won't be. I don't know, we'll see. Greetings and salutations, Mordecai Slivermoon, how are you? Dropped in to say a quick hello before my crappy internet drops me back in pre-dial-up speeds again. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry to hear that. Okay. So we're up to close to 1,500 meters per second. That's not bad. Our apoapsis isn't really going up anymore, though, so probably went a little bit too level. But this is faster than we were going before. I can probably nose up again here. Now that we're getting to the point where air is going to start becoming a problem. Yeah, air is going to become a problem here in a second. So let's just nose up really quick. And then action groups. Right? I need to do it here instead. So what I would want to do in this case is we would pause. Right? And then what we would do is we'd toggle. Is that how it works? I toggle it like that? Or I'm actually not sure whether that did it or not. Guess we'll find out. It doesn't appear as though it did anything. It did nothing. Okay, it did nothing. So we'll need to do it manually. I don't know what's going on with action groups. They were working for me earlier. That's odd. On the other plane when I was testing it out, it was working just fine. We'll go close cycle on that one. Whoops. Yep, close cycle on this one. Close cycle on this one. And then the arrow, I mean, again, the action groups were supposed to do this. Yeah, these are all closed. Oh, so it did work. For the intakes it worked, but not for the rapiers. Maybe I set it up wrong. It's possible. Are you burning or what? The hell? How did I run out of fuel already? No way. I couldn't have ran out of fuel because I'm accelerating. Like, I'm actually accelerating, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, we'll do whatever it does. We have infinite fuel now, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. We're just stuck in air breathing mode with no air. I think we're gonna have to add more fuel. I think I need more liquid fuel. I'm gonna commit and say I need more liquid fuel. Or we could say also we have enough liquid fuel and it's more methalox that we need, right? We could need more on the closed cycle end of it. That way we can get to closed cycle faster. So I don't know. I don't really want drop tanks. I see that recommendation. I don't really want drop tanks. I don't consider drop tanks to be a true SSTO because you do have something wasted. You could argue that you could put, parachutes on the drop tanks and you get to, but I don't think that's really like a true SSTO. So let's amend this a little bit. I do think this plane can work. Flown correctly, I think it can work, but it's just too close. I want a plane that definitely works and you don't have to fly it perfect to make it work. So I'm gonna pull a couple of things here. Let's reshape the wings. And we can, again, bring the wing span in a little bit. We don't need to have quite as big of wings. And we can, of course, sweep them back like that. So they're a little bit faster. We can definitely do that. Although, I'm about to make the plane thicker. And so I think because of that, I'm gonna just kind of maybe put these back. I don't know, maybe like this could be okay. We'll see. Because I'm about to make the plane wider as well. We'll pull this wing off for now. And then what we'll do, I can't decide if I want more methalox or if I want just the air breathing element. So maybe I'll just do one of each instead. We can take a methalox tank and we'll place this on both sides right up against that engine nacelle. So that when I place another one of these on there, yeah, and then we'll just kind of back this up so that it's in line with the other engine. Which I'm not entirely sure where that is because of the camera angle, so pretty close. Let's do something like this. That. So now we got 4 engines. The nacelles will have liquid fuel for the air flight. And then these have methalox for everything else. So in theory, we should have plenty of actual liquid fuel. But the only reason for that theory is that hopefully with 4 engines, our flight will be shorter. Because we're still just as efficient. But the thrust on these engines is greater than the additional mass that we're adding. So we should be able to fly better. And we can actually have more air because we can place one of these. I want to have even more air. So if I was going to go with arrow, I could stick one of these on here, these air intakes. I could do something like that with it. And if I do that, then I may not need the ones on the top. can probably remove the ones on the top just to reduce that drag. Now the question is whether or not this fits. Oh boy. Does this fit? Oh goodness. Okay. So we could add one more small tank, and I think we'll make sure it's Methalox. And we could add it maybe like maybe this one. Yeah. There we go. That's not bad. That's pretty good. No, we don't need fuel lines through the tanks. As far as I understand, they're connected. If this tank is directly mounted on this one, then the fuel passes through, as far as I understand. If I'm wrong on that, then okay. So what we'll do is we could just add the fuel line. I would hope that they eventually make it to where it doesn't do that, but I suspect it's that way. I don't think we have... Do we have fuel lines? I was going to add struts because these tanks are mounted to this one, not the body. So to keep it a bit more stable, I was going to add a strut from here to here just to make sure these tanks stay where they are. Yeah, so I think this should definitely be able to do it, right? I mean, this should be a lot more capable. We have more fuel, and the additional thrust we've added exceeds. It should be, our flight should be shorter. In theory, I think our flight should be shorter. I'm just gonna move this up just a tad. It's not quite there. Okay, it looks pretty good. And then, do they even do fuel tanks or fuel lines? I don't think we have. Oh, it is right here. Okay, I haven't seen that before. So we'll add fuel lines too, just because. So we'll say that we're gonna go on the underside. I guess we'll say we do a fuel line from here to here. That's fine. And then let's add one more just because. We'll say that we want to add. Yeah, maybe like up here to here or something. I don't know. Just, to do that. And then to add stability, because we can, we'll add additional struts here to here. Just to add additional stability for the whole thing, okay? So that should be pretty good. Should be rock solid. I think the only thing I'm seeing here is there's a tiny gap on the wing. And so I'm just going to kind of pull it in just a little bit like that. Okay. Last step then, I suppose, is the wheels. I never remember where that is. It's this wheel. And it's the medium wheels. We can put that on the tank itself now, I guess. Probably better. Never remember. Oh, goodness. It is not... It doesn't want to stay... Oh, hang on. Snapping. We need snapping on. It is this direction. Where is my center of mass? It's going to be way more forward than that. Ooh, now we're riding real close. Riding into the danger zone now, folks. Yeeks, I think if there was a way for me... I need to move my wings back. Let's say like that. I'm more comfortable with this. Oh, floating lights. Oh, interesting. It won't be part of the craft. But I could probably, change that. Just put it on top like this. It's whatever. The light really doesn't matter much, does it? Okay. So we have a lot more air intakes. We have a lot more fuel on board. I don't know about Delta V because it doesn't tell you until you get your plane out there. But our thrust to weight is now over 1, which means hypothetically this plane can go straight up, and it means it will go higher straight up, which I didn't have before. So we definitely have more, we should definitely have a shorter flight. We should definitely be able to accelerate faster than we were before. And I am concerned that this, yeah, this wheel is not enough. We're gonna have to get rid of this. We're going medium on this one. And I suspect, kind of wish I could see whether the wheels line up. I need to reset the settings on all the wheels too. So you want auto friction off on the front wheel, reduce friction a little bit on the front wheel, and I would think auto suspension should be off. I can reduce its braking power a little bit, but I don't think I want to reduce it a whole lot. Spring strength, I think we want that to be higher, right? And then maybe, I'm not entirely sure whether damper strength is going to matter, so I'll leave that alone. So that's that. And then these back wheels, we want the braking power on the back wheels to be very high. Yep. And we'll just add a bit more spring strength to the back wheels too. Let's say like 1.7 or something. Okay. Should we try it out again? I think we should try it out again. I am concerned about this moving back, and I suspect that will be a problem. I think I want my mast more forward than this. I anticipate that being a problem, but we'll see. Because again, as these tanks drain, the mass is going to move to the back. So in KSP1, I would have said, for example, that this fuel tank right here, I would have disallowed access. This would be a liquid fuel tank that I would disallow access to, and then that would be my fuel supply for the return trip, and it would stay in the front. But I don't have that option with this game. It doesn't seem. I don't see that option anyway. I also don't have the option to make this purely just liquid fuel anyway, because we don't have that. There's no option to just disable access to a certain fuel tank in the game, which is unfortunate. Real quick on the action groups, because I've added engines. So it looks like it's added them for me. So the rapiers, the new rapiers have already been added. So that's pretty intelligent. I like that. And then, yeah, same thing there. And then for these, all the extra engine nacelles have been added. That's good. What we want to add, though, to this are these ones right here. And I'm wondering if I'm able to click this. Nah, I'm not gonna bother with it. I don't think I can. Because we don't really have an action group mode anymore. It's just a menu again. So let's just see which one will highlight. Yeah, these adjustable ramp intakes right here. So we want these to have toggle. Add those to the action group for closing things off. Okay, so this should be good. I think it'll work. Shall we test it? Where's our Kerbals? Yep, Bartmel and Nedfield. Let's go. Let's see if it works. How much is this thing going to cost the American taxpayers? It'll pay for itself. It'll be a negative cost, actually. Because it's going to deliver a satellite network. And the taxpayers really like their GPS. So the GPS is going to add just an insane amount to our GDP. And as a result of that, this will more than pay for itself. It's not a cost, it's an investment. Oh, you know what? My wheels are way too far back. I'll be surprised if I lift off here. My wheels should be like here, and instead they're way back here. So, it might be a challenge to pivot, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll get extra speed. Maybe that'll help. I'm noticing though that my delta V is actually lower. Instead of being higher here, it's lower. Very interesting. I can't pivot. Come on, pivot. Get up. Get up. All right. All right. Wheels are in the wrong spot. Great when landing. Yeah, it'll be really easy to land. It won't pivot. I have to lift the bulk of the craft from the front of my wheels instead of having it be over my wheels. So real quick, we just need to adjust that. Wheels. Let's make this the center here. So there it is. So these wheels need to be moved. They should be moved to, let's move them to be about here instead. This should be an acceptable position. For the return trip, it'll actually make it harder to land. So maybe I move it just a little bit further back. I think I can get off the ground from here. I mean, if the center of mass is behind this, then we're already flipping because that's where my lift is. So, this is already making it a little more challenging, but I think I can get off the ground with this. So let's go. All right. Hi, camera. Not entirely sure what you're up to. I don't particularly like... Does anyone know how to adjust that? Is it V? Okay, V is chase, horizon, celestial. Oh, so you think I'm in orbit now? Is that it? Fair. Let's go. You know, we dress for success. That includes camera angles, apparently. Capture. That's better. Wow. It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna let it be. I can't zoom my camera in or out. It's like a locked camera. There it goes. That was strange. All right, we're good now. All right, place your bets, folks. Do we get to orbit with this? Do we get orbit with this? God, this camera, what are you doing to me right now? Camera, what are you doing to me right now? Ugh. You're killing me. You're really killing me. There it goes. All right. Up we go. I think it looks good. We might even be able to get away with smaller wings. But it looks good. Now we just need the frame rates to cooperate. I'm at 9. I mean, it's not really 9 locked. It's like between 6 and 12, so I'm just saying 9. Not great. And it's, again, the more engines you add, the worse the problem will get. So just, for now, keep that in mind. Until they fix that issue, you got to keep that in mind. Now, I have a thrust to weight ratio that is above 1, so I should be able to go pretty steep here and still accelerate. And we are accelerating, so that's good. What's your PC? It's in my About tab, but it's an overclocked 8700K with a 3090 and 32 gigs of RAM. I want to get out of the thickest part of the atmosphere so I can really start go, you know? I'm going to say lock onto prograde. That should, in theory, slowly drop my nose. In theory, it should be a nice smooth flatten out if I lock on prograde. And that's what it looks like it's doing. Just a nice, easy flatten out here. Which should allow me to accelerate faster. And then we'll hold here. Come on now. Yeah, the game's just not optimized yet, and that's intentional. That's by design. They're not spending a lot of time optimizing when there's still lots of unfinished features in the game already. They need to complete and polish the features that are already in the game, and then they can begin optimizations. So it's not something that they're going to do right away, and that's fine with me. I know for some people, because especially if their system is, underpowered or a lot less power, it makes sense that might not find some people well. But just know that you don't have to play it yet. You can wait to buy it, right? You can wait. Even if you bought it already, you can wait to play it. I'm not gonna spend a serious amount of time in this game until science is in the game, and that's at least a month away. So I'm at a minimum a month away. So I'm not really super bothered with incomplete features at the moment. The performance sucks, right? But I can still get a good look at the game, and I can still, do some good work with the game with the performance that's there. It's just going to take me longer. All right, so now we are cruising. We're still accelerating technically. I don't think my action groups are working, but I'm going to try it again. We'll see. Still technically climbing, so I'm going to hold it as long as I can. Okay, we're no longer accelerating, so let's go ahead and do it if we can. It didn't... Alright, I don't understand what the heck this is doing. It's like it doesn't switch to closed cycle. Why isn't it switching to closed cycle? There's tons of Methalox in here. Like, these are all Methalox tanks, which means I haven't used any of the oxidizer. So what is the deal here? Like, it was working before, and now it just doesn't activate. So let's keep it paused for a second and just examine our engines. So this should be in closed cycle mode. Okay. You should be in closed... Like, all my action groups just aren't working, but still, it's... They don't seem to give me any... It's almost like they're off. Boeing parts, right? So that's on. Like, all of these things are on right now. And again, it's not working. Like, they're not actually doing anything right now. But we are climbing. We're just stuck in air mode again. And I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let's try to deactivate and reactivate the engines and see if that helps. It looks like that did help. If I deactivate and reactivate, it turns the engine on. Okay, does that help? No. Nope, that shut it off entirely. What in the world is going on here? It just says I don't have any fuel for some reason. It's very bizarre because I have tons of this stuff. I've got tons of fuel. What would cause that? And I hate how I can't see individual fuel values inside each tank. You have to go like this to do it. You have to go to Resource Manager, totally separate tool, instead of just having right-click menus. Like, I really need to bring back individual right-click menus. I love that stuff so much. Instead, I have this window here, which I can't make smaller. I cannot make this one smaller, so it's just gigantic. And I need to then go into my Methalox tank, which there's tons of fuel, tons of oxidizer in here. Is the argument that it can't reach the... like, that it can't reach the engines? Because that's BS. Totally can. Do I have to have the engine nacelles open in order to bring in fuel from them? For them? Maybe that's it. Maybe I have to have these open, the air intake open, in order for the fuel to flow through it? No, that's not it. No, now this is... now it's saying it's not active, but that's just wrong. Now, what gives? I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, hold on. Redo the launch. We're not going to use action groups anymore. We'll see if that fixes it. We're just not going to use action groups because I think action groups are what's screwing me up. It's not switching to the next mode. And it's refusing to take the fuel. So we'll go back. Try again. Faulty $2 switch. Yeah, somebody went really cheap on the $2 switch. That's awesome. Nicely done. All right. Let's try this again at 9 FPS. This is gonna happen. I'm pretty sure this plane is good enough. I'm actually like super confident that this is enough. We shouldn't need to make any more changes to this plane to complete this mission. And in fact, if my numbers are accurate, if my calculations are correct, I could probably use this plane to launch a constellation to the moon. I should have enough Delta V to do that. I mean, this might be wishful thinking, but I think I got enough to do that. If you consider that the plane does a flyby while the satellites capture themselves, right? If you consider that, then I think I absolutely have enough to do this. All right, let's pick our nose up here. Again, we have a thrust to weight ratio above 1. So we should be able to go as steep as we want and gain velocity and gain surface speed in the process. They're inaction groups, right? You guys like my inaction groups? I like the music. Oh, if you guys haven't heard the soundtrack for the moon yet, like if we can get the satellite constellation in orbit, I think the thing I wanted to wrap up with tonight was just going to the moon and back, right? Planting a flag on the surface of the moon and back. Because that's a very... I want to say that's a milestone thing, right? Like new players of KSP... they try really hard to try to figure out how to build things that can get to orbit, and then they're like, sweet. And then okay, I want to go to the moon now. And then they get to the moon, they're like, oh, sweet, now I want to land on the moon. And that's that thing, that milestone where you really test, do you understand what you're doing, is landing on the moon. Min-miss is actually easier. You know, if you're a new player and you want to land on on one of Kerbin's moons, go to Minmus first. Because it's easier. You could just go just a little bit more burn at Kerbin to get out there. It's like an extra, what, 200 meters per second? It's not even that big of a difference. You know, you have to capture yourself, which is a little bit more expensive, but like whatever. But then the landing is so easy, right? Landing on the moon is tougher. So I kind of wanted to show that. As my, I'll say the last thing I was going to do tonight. But I'd really like this plane to demonstrate and to prove that it works. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to land the plane on the landing strip. I can't guarantee that. I'm not that good of a pilot. But as long as the plane is capable of it, I'll be happy. And it's like in the right hands, this craft will do it. And then I'm happy, you know? I'm just gonna say that there's like 70 people in here and half that in likes on the videos. Can we get some more likes? Yeah, please do. It takes like 2 seconds. If you don't like the video though, then don't press it. I don't want you to have to lie, okay? Like if it's not something that if you don't like what's going on, then you know, by all means. But if you do, it takes like an extra second of your life, and it is really appreciated. That goes double for you, VOD viewers. VOD viewers have it hard because they don't know what the best parts of this stream are, you know? So they gotta watch the whole thing if they really want to make sure they don't miss anything good. Or they skim through it, you know? That's why I give them timestamps for the skimmers out there. Gotta give them the timestamps. All right, here we go. Now, we're gonna do this with pause instead of the action groups, because it didn't work with the action groups. Kind of want to lay this flat to keep that apoapsis going up, but now it's kind of... I need that apoapsis to go up a lot higher than it is. I was hoping to get to almost 40 before I switched, but I am going up pretty steep, so I guess that is a thing. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to pause. I still got plenty of air, though. Oh, we're starting to lose. All right, pause. We're starting to lose control. We don't have enough thrust to keep ourselves going where we need to go. So I'm now going to switch them in the pause menu instead of using action groups. So I should be able to go in and say close cycle. Yep. Close cycle. Close cycle. And close. Hang on. I only did 3, right? That one, that one, that one, and that one. Okay. Does that just switch it, or, you know? There we go. There we go. Let's go! Pause really quick. Let's make sure that our air intakes are all off. Or closed, because that's going to help us too. So we want to close them. I think the action group for that is working, so let's just really quickly play it. And that action group is working. Okay, good. All right, so for some reason the action group for the rapiers isn't working. I probably didn't set it up correctly, is probably what it is. So I'll have to look at that. But I think we're golden here. We got plenty. I should probably get my apoapsis up even higher because I need to deliver satellites. So let's just crank this way up. Oh boy. Oh boy. No, no, don't flip over. Don't you dare. Don't you dare flip over. Okay, we're good. That was very close. It really wanted to flip. And I'm gonna get up to like, I think 90, maybe 100. We're delivering satellites here, so we'll get it up to like 100. It's gonna end up coming down, but yeah. All right, that should be good. Let's shut her off. And we want to, as best as we can, that rotation came back. The rotation came back. It's as soon as I shut the engines off, that phantom force, I'm not touching anything right now. It just does it. Let's turn SAS off for a second. Just sort of let it do what it's gonna do. Come on. I think I'll turn the engines on really quick when we get going straight. But see, we're losing altitude, like a lot. Our apoapsis is coming way down now because, you know, we're getting all this drag. Because of this stupid plane. Come on. Come on. Face forward. Good enough. Use the authority of the engines to get us where we need to be. Oh, come on. Good enough. I'm done. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Let's just time accelerate. Just time accelerate and just let it be, man. Time warping won't fix the rotation if you're in atmosphere, because it's referred to as a physics time warp. So it maintains physics while time warping, and you're just limited to 4 times speed. So until we get out of the atmosphere, our frame rates will not improve. And also, until we get out of the atmosphere, I can't stop rotation with time acceleration. We're almost there, though. Oh, good. There we go. Okay, and now our frame rates will improve, and now I can... Again, what the hell? Now I can stop it with time acceleration. I hate this. I really want them to stop this from being paused. Especially since it's pausing before it's actually pausing. If this is 1 time speed. 2, 3, 2, 1. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the tactical pause. Give me pause when I hit escape. I'm good with it. I'm old school, man. I want things to be back the way they were. Right? Nah! Change! Ah! Change is bad! Nah! That stupid rotation. Come on now. Oh, stream elements. Shove it up your bum. I need to get rid of that automated thing. All right, again, I'm not rotating. The game is rotating. So let me just see if I can... No, it won't let me. Stop rotating. Okay, now I'll come back over towards the... Oh my God, why? I don't know what causes that. I mean, it's gotta be SAS, right? I think SAS is causing this. I think it is. I think what they really need to fix is SAS. I think if they can fix SAS, they fix everything in this game. Because it also overcorrects with like that jittery engines and everything, right? So there's that problem too. So if they can fix SAS, they'll fix a lot of problems, I think. That's interesting. That rotation isn't correct either. It's supposed to be a roll. Oh, weird. Am I not controlling from the cockpit or what? It's an interesting... That's interesting. So A and D right now is roll. And Q and E are... Well, that leads me to believe that I certainly wasn't helping the roll situation. Because it's different buttons. A and D are my roll right now? That's very odd. All right, we're going to bring this to like 110. good. SAS point to prograde. Again, that's not me. The rotation's not me. Point at prograde. Nope, it doesn't want to. You silly bitch. All right, we're just gonna go SAS off on this. So weird. Problem with control surfaces? Not in space. It shouldn't matter in space. It's all about the reaction wheel that's here. But I want to say what's happening is maybe the reaction wheels that are in the cargo bay, maybe those are reacting too, and it's causing it to do something weird. I really don't know. I want to extend solar, please. So we don't run out of EC for any reason ever. Just this tiny little panel, no big deal. Totally blocked by the plane right now. And I think my calculation is correct that I could totally make it to the moon if I wanted to. If I flew it a little bit better, right? If the thing flies better, okay? To the point where I didn't lose all that velocity spinning around an atmosphere, then I would easily have like 1,200 meters per second right now. And I could totally go to the moon with this as a flyby to let the satellites out so they can circularize themselves. I have no idea why this isn't. This is this freaking plane, man. All right, crew, look out the window. You can see the beauty of Kerbal out the window. Unfortunately, I am unable to get you to stay directly on this because of rotation, but it's okay. Can you turn off the reaction wheels in the cargo bay? They shouldn't even be active, to be honest. Like, if their cargo bay is closed, anything attached and anything inside a cargo bay should be absolutely moot, in my opinion. I mean, that may not be the way it is, but in my opinion, if it's inside a cargo bay, it should not be influencing my craft when I'm trying to control it. At the very least, it shouldn't be doing anything until my cargo bay is open, but that's just me, man. Cargo have its own physics, like bouncing around inside. I mean, yeah, it does, but it's the cargo bays are closed and they're attached. Like, they're firmly attached, so it shouldn't be a problem either. Okay. We should be able to circularize pretty soon here. 8 seconds until Apo. Go ahead and fire the engine and circularize our orbit. Pretty much circularized. A little bit of variance there, but not too big of a deal. And we continue our rotation. Okay, so we are, yeah, and we have plenty of fuel. Lots of liquid fuel that we could use to, help us get back to the landing pad and everything. We're in space. Everything is fine. We got electric charge. Everything is good. We can stop our rotation, and we can start opening up our cargo bays and make sure that our satellites will work, because that's something that hasn't really been tested very well. So let's go ahead and open that up. And we'll go ahead and I think we'll reduce those panels just so I don't, end up breaking them for any reason. And so what we want to do now, right, same thing as we did before. We're just going to use the arrow keys to slide our camera over, so we can get a good look in here. And I want to, let's say, control from, doesn't really matter which one, so we'll say control from here. Okay. And it's a little challenging to control this thing, so we're going to click this and decouple. It should pop right out. And now we can figure out how in the world to control it. First step is to, I guess, induce. Oh, what? I can't control it because I don't have a connection. I don't have CommNet right now. Right. Because you need a satellite network to have CommNet. Go figure. So I do wish that if this had an antenna, that I would be able to control it with the Kerbals on board this craft. I do wish that was a thing, but it doesn't look like it's a thing. I will say, though, that it does appear as though there's at least some sun exposure on this satellite. Yeah, this has some sun exposure. So even though there's no rotation here and there's no connection here, by the time we get back around the planet and get, the Kerbal Space Center back online here, we should be able to control this. It's 20 million meters is what this can do. So we're well within that, of course. So the Kerbal Space Center should absolutely be able to communicate with this. So I think what I'll do is we'll go ahead and time accelerate a little bit here. We have extra batteries on board now. And so we should see, as EC begins to drain, we have way more power than we'll ever need as we go around. And I would like to see about getting CommNet on this. I actually don't need this open to see that. I can just look at this icon down here. And I should get a direct connection with the Kerbal Space Center when we're over top of it. But I don't know whether or not this is going to update while I'm in time acceleration or not. So as we come around, that's KSC right there. Let's see if we get connection. I would think here would be good enough. I would think this is good enough. But it appears it is not. Not yet. I mean, we're directly over top of it now, so we should have control. It's bugged. So CommNet is bugged. Really? Of course it is. Of course it is. Well, the goal was to demonstrate that it's possible. So I need to demonstrate that. So I need to go into settings. And let's require signal for control off. And do I need to reload the craft in order to... Oh. Hi, plane. What is the camera doing? Home. Plane. Plane. Okay, well, the plane is way over there. Hello, plane. Hi. Chase. Okay. Okay. Well, and we have wiggling. Oh, this is fantastic news. Fantastic news, everyone. What the hell? Go back to the Space Center really quick. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Let's real quick, we'll go to the space station. I'm surprised the other, if you weren't with us in the last stream, we built this space station. We got her into orbit in 2 separate pieces and then docked them together. And then shortly after we docked them together, we had Valentina, who is not on the station anymore. Valentina is just gone. She's dead now, I guess. We spent all this time. Oh, here she is. She's in the Wayfarer. So we don't get access. There's only... Oh, there's 2 Wayfarers, right. Okay, sure. Can we just put you in that seat? There we go. I want to be able to see your face. Yeah, so she's here. We had a daring rescue for Valentina after that happened. And then somewhere along the line, for reasons unbeknownst to me, 2 of the solar panels, they broke off. They just, pew, off they go. I have no idea when it happened. But that happened. And so we're now down to 6. Fine, we have plenty of redundancy for our science station. Science is not in the game yet. These are 2 habs. They're just habitation modules, but I colored this one differently so we could pretend that this was a science module. So it's just, using your imagination is a great way to add additional value to a game that doesn't have as many features. I think you're really just limited by your creativity in Kerbal Space Program especially. You're limited by your creativity a lot of times. So however creative you are, that's where you can be. So if I go back to the tracking station, I'm going to reload. I have no idea if this is even... It's SSTO test flight, right? So I guess default name 4 is probably the satellite. So probably. We'll go ahead and hit control on that. And it's here. And I still cannot control this. Even though I've made the setting... Maybe I can do this. Interesting. So yeah, it doesn't look like even resetting that setting. I might have to actually reboot the whole game in order for that to work. I may have to actually just reboot the whole game. But I am trying to get a camera to focus on this craft. They're freaking out. What is this? All right, hold on. Let me, at risk of bad things happening, I'm going to F5 this, and I'm gonna go to the main menu. All right, just like deload everything, and then load back in and see what happens. So both of these, autosave and quick save, should be the same thing. They should be. So we'll just load them and see what happens. Other than nothing. I mean, it's cool that we can watch this Kerbal, but it doesn't appear to be loading the save that I just told it to load. It's a great screensaver, though. Screensaver's great. I'm good with it. Yeah, I got a task manager this now. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll just go ahead and task manager the game. Good stuff. Yeah, GG. You win this time, Private Division. They're just mad that I disabled their launcher. That's what it is. They're just like, oh, you don't like our launcher? Fine. Did you know you could do that, by the way? If anyone's watching this and you're like, hey, how do I disable that stupid annoying launcher? Right-click, go to Properties, and then in this advanced field right here, find your directory for your game, put it in quotes, and find that it's the directory for 64exe. You can find that by going Local Files, Browse, and that will show you the directory of your game. Just copy that directory right there. To this file, ksp2_x64.exe. Copy the directory to that file, paste it in here in quotes. And then after that, you simply place this. So space and then %, commands, %, space, dash, pop-up window. And that will just skip the pop-up window, which in turn skips the launcher, which in turn lets KSP2 load in a much less annoying fashion, and you don't have to deal with the launcher anymore. So, much better to do it that way, in my opinion. So how are you? Are you doing okay today? I should probably mark this. Yeah. Now would be a good time to run ads. That's what YouTube wanted to tell me. They're like, now would be a good time to run an ad. You know when I think is a good time to run an ad? Never, unfortunately, is never is a good time to run an ad. But unfortunately, you know, that's the job, man. Got to make money somehow. All right. It appears to be loading again. So, you know, I don't know if it's going to work. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, let's just, my camera's back. So that's good. Like, my camera's at least, you know, back on the vessel itself. But it appears my wing is gone now. Oh, good. I've lost my wing now. It's gone. Just... pew. That's good. Somehow, you know, the G-forces of this very light rotation were just too much. Now let's load the quick save and see if I'm still missing my wing. Because I did do a quick save as well. Hopefully I'm not still missing my wing. Okay. Seems good so far. Everything seems okay-ish. I'm not missing my wing anymore. Good. Good. All right. So, this is also, the quick save I did is pre-decouple as well. So, what I want to do is just double check and make sure that our settings do not require signal for control. It is off. We don't have that, okay? Everything else is off too, so no infinite electricity or propellant, but this is the important feature. That's the important function. And since I've now rebooted the entire game, there's no excuse for that being active. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and let's just do it like this. There we go. And then one more time, we're going to control from the probe. Control from here. And then we will decouple. Should pop out of the cargo bay. Somehow the decoupler also detaches, which shouldn't be happening. That's the reason for choosing a decoupler over a stack separator. And you can see it went through the cargo bay, so that's, you know, doubly not supposed to happen. And I still have no ComNet. It doesn't appear as though I have any ability to control this still. I still cannot control this. So does this mean that nobody's doing unmanned crafts in KSP2 right now? Is like nobody doing unmanned? I genuinely, I have like probably 100 hours in the game at this point. I don't think I've actually tried unmanned. And not been able to do it. That's very strange. In addition to, I should have connection to Kerbal Space Center, but in addition to that, I should, you know. I don't get it. I saw one taking them to Jool. Larger probes work fine with no ComNet for you. Weird. Well, it's there. Again, the purpose was to prove that I could do it. And so that the plane has done what it's designed to do. It's designed to take the satellites, push them up there, and then, you know, they're already at 100 and 100 easy. So circularizing, we saw how long it can burn. We saw that it had a greater, even, you know, temporarily at least, it did have greater than a 1.0 thrust to weight ratio while it was on the launch pad with those two little monopropellant engines. So it's pretty safe to assume, high wing. This wing is detached, actually. Look. Yeah, that wing did not attach properly. Yeah, it's the other wing, too. I lost... I don't know what's going on. This wing. No, the wing! One more try. I want to make sure we can get back into the atmosphere. Sounds like victory to you. It sounds like victory to me too, but I really want to go at least back into the atmosphere just to see how re-entry goes and stuff. But if it won't allow my wings, that is slightly higher than I placed it. Maybe not. Slightly higher than that midpoint, and then no, it's good. I think. I mean, unless other parts are good. Wasn't this good before we checked this though? I thought thought for sure we checked that. Either way, so what I want to do is just get these probes out of here, right? So we'll just eject them. All right, let's go ahead and open the cargo bay. I want to make sure the plane can come back and just, make it easy for us that way. So bring the solar back in. Go ahead and decouple this one. Okay. That makes so much sense. Then we'll go ahead and decouple this one. Right, so little probes are leaving the nest. We'll let them. I mean, they'll separate over time. There's no way they're gonna stay there. It's space after all. And then we'll go ahead and decouple this one. I love how the Kerbals talk when I do that. It's great. And then done. Okay, good. So there we go. All of the satellites are now out. And my wings are fine. I hope. I hope my wings are fine. We'll see if the door hits that thing. Wait, we clipped through that. It did hit it. It's going to send it on its way. Yay! Get out of here. That's cool. There is a collision on that. And, good. Very good. All right. Let's get this one. That's weird. I can't close it. Because it already thinks it's closed. It's weird. It says open, but the switch is closed. So I'll go 0 on the open. And that will close it. Oh, no, it won't. It's just ever so slightly open. What is going on with this game? All right, hold on. Let's switch to a different craft. Switch to this dude. This one's spinning. That's good. Good. And we'll switch back to the plane. All right, we're back on the plane. Okay, and then cargo bay. All right, fine. We're gonna re-enter like this then. Cargo bay's open and I don't care. Oh, the wing! Not the wing again! Oh, the wings. I don't care anymore. Let's go to the moon. I don't care. Let's go to the moon. Oh, bother. All right, first thing I want to do, just to change the active craft so I'm not dealing with the parts anymore, is I want to go to Launchpad 4. Oh, Launchpad 4 should have a craft on it, I thought. Unless I deleted it. I think I did. I think I deleted it. The little probe. It's fine. Just go to VAB, man. Whatever. All right. Yeah, so I got 120 frames per second in here. We're good. All right. So what I'd like to do, it's locked at 122, which means it could be faster than 120. But I told the game I wanted to lock everything at 120 because that's what my monitor is locked at. Fun fact, I could go to 165 with this monitor, but I go to 120 specifically because it divides evenly into 60, and that's the frame rate that you see. So I want the frame rate that I play at to divide evenly into the frame rate you get, so that there's no skipping and everything is nice and smooth for you. In theory, of course, with this game, usually doesn't matter because we're like under 10 anyway, usually. Okay, Last thing I wanted to do is go and land on the moon tonight. So we're gonna take the gumball, which is a nifty little pod that can hold 3 Kerbals, and we'll be sending 3 Kerbals to the moon. Ronald, Jeanbert, just because I like your name, and Oblorf. I like how new Kerbals are hired like right away. You know what? We're gonna take the redheads to the moon. All the redheads go to the moon instead. There we go. Okay, so, you know what? You look blonde. We're taking the blue-haired guy. There we go. So we'll have Orwin, Desmond, and Jeanbles. You guys are all going to the moon. All right, so what we want to do is we're going to want to set up a landing stage, I think, first. For that, we're going to use, I think, probably a really small medium tank. That should be fine. I don't think we need anything more than that. And then for the engine, we will use the Poodle. That'll be our landing stage. This is our lander. It's very simple. It gets the job done. Thrust to weight is 0.8 on Kerbin, but on the moon it'll be a lot better, so it's fine. So that's it for that. We're going to then add some ladders, or a ladder, and actually these little segments are more parts than I need to do with. So how about we just... I'll go with a medium ladder for now. Say medium ladder, and we'll say right about there is good. Just double check, make sure that that goes. It doesn't go all the way down, but I don't think it has to. Honestly, it's fine. The moon is fine. We can jump up to the ladder, no big deal. From there, we'll take... does the small landing legs work? Actually, I haven't done anything with landing legs yet in the game, so that's why I'm doing this. I suspect I need the medium ones for this, but... Oh yeah, definitely. The medium ones for you. And they are going to be kind of like that. Should be good there. Yep, that works for me. Okay. You know, we can add like different suspension. Let's go like, you know, more spring strength or something. Let's not deal with that. Okay. So there's our first little bit here. And it's it needs to be louder. The music's too quiet. I like the VAB music. So next we want a decoupler to go underneath that. There we go. And then we're also going to want to have a stage that transfers us to the moon, right? Generically, that's the way it goes. So I'm thinking probably just this one big tank. Actually, it might be too much. We don't even need that much. Let's do this one. Yeah, this one here should be good. And we can use a Poodle for that as well. It's pretty efficient. 340 seconds is very efficient. So we'll use that. I'm not sure how long of a burn that'll be, but that should be more than enough that we'll ever need for the moon. It should really should just be everything we need. So no big deal. We can add another stage below just for the sake of getting off the ground, and I will do that. But I'm just trying to demonstrate it's really easy to make the moon. Once you kind of get the basics of the game down and you're ready for that next step, it's actually quite easy to get to the moon. I'm not even going to use boosters, although I could. You know what? Let's use boosters instead of the giant engine, just because it would generically be cheaper if we had a career mode. Slapping boosters on smaller parts is going to be less expensive, I think, than using the larger parts. So we'll keep the profile the same, and we'll make a rocket that looks somewhat more realistic instead. So on the top here, since we're going realistic, I suppose on the top here we'll take and add parachutes. Add a parachute on the top. That's fine. We're going to want to add solar panels to keep the lights on. We're going to want to also have the... ooh, those are quite large. We don't need quite as many either. So we'll say 2 of them that open on the side. We'll say that they are right here. And then we'll put some radial batteries. Should be pretty easy to do. We'll say the radial batteries go like that. Only overlaps the windows slightly just because of the position of the windows. Yeah, that should be fine. No big deal. Let's say hypothetically, though, we wanted this station to be able to dock to the space station. You know, maybe that's something that's a goal. This pod can go to the space station when it's done, right? Maybe it's something we want to do. If that was the case, then what I would want to do is take this off, and I would add, in my parachute section, I would add the radially mounted parachutes instead. I could then move this stuff down. So the batteries, I don't even need the battery to be radial at that point. I think at that point, I'd probably do an inline one. Not get rid of that battery. So at that point, I would do inline. So I would say that the parachutes would be mounted here. Solar would go there. And then power, I'd place this directly underneath pod like so. Right now. Yep, like that. And then, of course, if we were coming back to Kerbal, you wouldn't need this giant thing. Although, since I have landing legs on it, I am interested in seeing if propulsive landing would be possible. But in the event that it isn't possible, we would want to have the ability to decouple this. So we will then grab in a decoupler so that we can land comfortably on Kerbal should we decide to do so. All right, there we go. So that's the basics for that. And then, of course, we would have a docking port on the top, which would allow us to dock to the station. Never remember where that is. Maybe it's in coupling. There it is. Here we go. Docking port, parachutes, batteries, solar panels, all good things. The final thing I would do then, if upon docking to the station anyway, if that is the goal, is I would come over here like this and say that this is my finished unit at the top. This is what I will have. And with this, we have a center of mass that is located here. Chances are my fuel is probably very low, so it's going to be a little higher than that if I'm coming back to the station. So my center of mass is probably going to be higher because the fuel will be lower. And so in that case, what we would want to do also is I would need RCS fuel as well. So I guess let's add some RCS to this too, since we can. We'll say... I never remember where this stuff is. I want these, but I don't want... I need the tank. Fuel tank. And monopropellant. You can either do inline. Kind of makes it easier and looks a little cleaner, but it also makes the walk down a lot longer, and you need more ladders and all that. So I'm not really interested in that. I guess with the docking port the way it is, or the decoupler the way it is, I still have to do that, don't I? I'm pretty confident that we can... Yeah, we can just jump up to that ladder. It's not a big deal. On the moon, it's not a big deal. So what we would do is we'd have 4-way on these RCS thrusters. Probably just put that like right here. Just above the center of mass. Probably like here. And then that's going to be in the way of the ladder. So unfortunately, we'll have to go like this instead. Something like that. So that's just above the center of mass, knowing that it's going to move up before we get there. And then for RCS fuel, we could just slap radially mounted ones. And I suppose if we're doing that, yeah, it's still going to... I just don't want RCS on this at all. I could mount it underneath here. Can I mount it under the engine? No. It's going to get in the way of the batteries. Or get in the way of the ladder. I'm trying not to block the ladder. Maybe we'll just do 2. 2 of these on the sides, kind of like this. Like that. Should be adequate. I mean, if we're only using it for docking, then that's fine. And I don't need this. All right. Stick this back over here. So now I have the ability, if I choose to, for flexibility's sake, I can go and dock to that station if I want to, using the docking port that's on that HAB module, which is right here. So there we go. All said and done. So the last thing to do is to just get the final stage that's going to lift us up out of Kerbal and get us to the moon. So I'm going to come down and probably slap one of these in if I get the decoupler, that is. So real quick, grab the decoupler. There we go. I think this will suffice, but the difference with this one is that we're going to use a much bigger engine. We're going to use the mainsail instead. So much bigger, right? Need a lot more thrust on the bottom. And then let's make sure our staging is correct. The mainsail, then eject. Then we do this one. There we go. Stage that away. Nope, we want this one first. Yep. Then that one. This engine is going to be after this. I really want them to do automatic staging. I feel like if modders can do that, then the devs of the game can do that too. Make it smarter with staging. It just, I don't know. I feel like it's really lacking that for now. All right, so there's our top side there. Here's the ladder all the way down. And this theoretically is all we need to get to the moon. Theoretically, we're done. Nothing else is needed. We could launch this right now. But just to be sure, we can get anywhere we want and get back, just to be sure. I'm thinking we add a couple of extra things. The first thing I'm going to add is some stabilizers. And I think the small ones are probably sufficient for this. And we'll put some stabilizers near the bottom so that we can try to keep this, try to keep it going straight. Although there is vectoring on this engine, and again, it should be sufficient, especially given our center of mass is pretty much spot on where I want it for this rocket. So it should be a very stable rocket, but just in case, yeah. And then even to just add a little more Kerbal flair to it, you know, to really drive in the just in case, we can add a couple of boosters on the sides. I like to use these big ones because it actually gives space with the rocket. And it seems to be the only one of these decouplers currently that can sufficiently get your boosters away from the body. Because if I use any of these, they just drop off. There's no ejection force at all. It just doesn't happen. This says 3,000 kilonewtons. That's a lie. This one says 8,000 kilonewtons, and that's absolutely a lie right now. So, I mean, it's... At least it gets it far away from the tank, so it doesn't hurt my... doesn't hit my fins. That's pretty much it. And then the final thing to do would be to, I guess, maybe slap one of these on there. Just to do it. Just to give it that extra kick. Not really needed, but we're going to do it anyway. And then, yeah, so this goes like that. Okay. And then we got this. Then this will go, and then that fires. Should be good. 1.8. Yeah, 1.8 thrust to weight ratio. Okay. I'm not sure why engineers showing me 4,000 meters per second. That's not accurate, unless, of course, it's... I don't know why that's showing me 4,000. It was showing me 6,600 or something before. So either it's not calculating it correctly, or... I really have no idea. Theoretically, that's all I need. Let's try something different here. We'll put the little ones on instead. All right. Let's just make sure. I'm not sure if the game's lying to me now or if it was lying to me before, but we'll make absolutely sure that it's not lying now. Come on now. Don't do this. Don't do this. There. Make absolutely sure you're not lying by doing that. And we'll go burn. Yep, there, and then burn here. So I'll just change my stabilizers to the medium ones now, since we're bigger now. It's fine. I mean, that should be all I need. I'm not sure why these numbers swapped. It was showing me a lot more before, and now it's showing me nothing on. It's not giving me any values here. That's what it is. That's very strange. I feel like this was all that was all I needed. So I'm gonna overdo this. I'm pretty confident that when I'm done here with what I'm about to do, that the game will just show me straight up way more fuel than I'll ever need. But you know what? It's better to have way more than not enough. So here we go. We'll just say engines. We'll put on the boosters again. These two right here. Call it a day. All right, and this will fire with this. These go. Then that. This is so overkill. There's no reason to have all this for the moon. But it is what it is. It's fine. Okay, fly safe. We're just going to say Mun. I don't know. Mun. And that should be it. So let's just go to the moon. I don't know why. I have no idea why the game is showing me less Delta V than I should have. But it is. It's very strange. All right. We're not even going to use struts. I don't even need no stinking struts. All right, so inaccurate Delta V numbers. We're going to rotate ourselves a little bit here. You gotta just ignore the Delta V numbers that thing gives you now because it's not accurate. And then we can rotate ourselves. Like this. Those solid booster engines are just... It's so overkill. I feel like everything has been so overkill so far. Do you modify your file to increase connection strength? Modify my file to increase... I haven't modified anything. Am I supposed to in order to get the comms to work? Is that the idea? Do you have to do that to get comms working? This is so overkill. I have way more fuel than I'll ever need. Fine. Whatever. It's cool. It's cool. Again, it's always better to have too much than not enough. All right. Let's get ourselves turned over here. Hell, I could probably land on Duna with this. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. I think I probably could. Let's lay ourselves over here towards the horizon. There we go. The engines just sound so good in this game, though. Freaking love it. Fix this wobble rocket? Oh. No, I haven't had to change anything. I only have to use struts every once in a while. If those solids were bigger, then I would have had to do that. I would have had to use struts, but I didn't think I needed struts for that launch. So it turns out I was right, but it's interesting that you could change your save file to do what needs to be done that way. That's interesting. There's way too much fuel here. way too much. Over-engineered to create... yes, I could absolutely go to Duna with this. I could probably go to Eve with this. Such a simple rocket. And it could just go forever. It could go wherever I wanted. I could absolutely land on Eve with this. If we were lined up correctly. Alright, so... speed up time. Take the frame rate hit in exchange for, hopefully, is it really speeding up time though? Like, let's say we go 4 times speed, right? I don't think it is. Because your frame rate slows down, look how fast I'm climbing, and then I go 4 times speed. That's not 4 times faster at all. It might even be slower. I mean, so time acceleration really don't do anything until you get out into space, and then it matters. But until you get into space, yeah, I don't think it matters at all. All right, solar panels are coming out. There we go. Keep the lights on. And then it's just a matter of getting towards Apoaps. This is close enough, I think. We only have 285 remaining in this stage, so this will get deorbited, and then the rest of this will be what we use to go to the moon. And it should be a lot in there. I think I have more than enough to go to the moon with this, but maybe not. I guess I have to see what the delta V really is there. So go to the map view, it goes way faster. For real? That's interesting. All right, we're gonna hit this. Push it. Push it real good. Push it. Done. Circularized. Oh, crap. I circularized it. Oh. Can I start over? Can I go back? Well, space junk. It is what it is. Hang on. I think we can fix the space junk problem. Quick. Turn around. This is such a risk. Who's ready for a risk? Because I have so much fuel, because I have so much over-engineering in this. Oh, man, I'm not going to be able to... Hold on, I got to eyeball this. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Eyeball it. I'm going to push it. I got to push it. So that it's not... Wait. Go back. No. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. There's still work to be done. Come on. It's hard to do this without any type of reference on the nav ball as to where this thing is. You know? So, like, you can't target it. Shit. I can't target it, so I'm not sure. Man. Man, this thing is not... Can I flip... Can I rotate you? Controls are backwards. I don't like it. It's not worth it, is it? I'm not sure it's worth it. For this sandbox playthrough, probably not worth it. Especially when it's gonna involve... I want to get my nose right up in there, but it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Eh. Ah. No. Well. I don't think it's possible to get that thing now. Well, that's a shame. Anyway. Enough dinking around. Let's go to the moon. Set target. And we're gonna go... about here-ish. Near Periaps, that's good. At least we're doing this near our... right there. So you kind of want to burn towards the moon, right? So like as you wrap around Kerbin, you're gonna see the moon, and you burn kind of towards it. That's general. You go this way, and you get yourself prograde all the way till you get your encounter. Now, this is the part where this game differs a lot from the original Kerbal Space Program, and I'm going to give you my method of dealing with this, because what the game doesn't tell you that the original game does, this game does not show you where the lines are here in this bubble. All it shows you is where you enter and where you exit. And that's not very helpful. I actually couldn't care less about that. What I care about is where my periapsis is. Now, there's a couple ways to actually figure it out. over here, with your orbital lines, there is another periapsis line here. And it's between, this periapsis line over here is between the in and out that's being referenced for the maneuver. You can't see what it is unless you deselect the maneuver, which is stupid. But now you can hover over it, and now you can see that I'm going to be 242 meters away from the moon. So that tells me how close I am for that. Another way to see it, and this is especially true for places like Eve or the moon, is that there's a high gravity. And so you can kind of see what's going to happen to your orbit when you enter and exit based on what is predicted to happen with your craft. Whoop, right? So we're going to be close here. So what I want to do is I want to move this, and I kind of have to do it this way, and it's so silly that the arrows don't even go through the planet. You have to kind of like, it's really bad. They need a separate tool for this. But what we're going to do is we're going to kind of move this along until that periapse is closer. So I have to basically select this, move out. Okay, 167. Let's go like that. Okay, it's going to be 111 now. Okay, move it out like that. Okay, it's going to be 70. That's pretty good. A little bit more. And we're going to get 30. Okay, that's really good. So I like this. So this will get us to 30. Now, you wouldn't know it by looking at this. You wouldn't know it by saying, okay, I'm going in and out here. It's like, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. For all we know, we're going in a straight line through there like this. You know, it means nothing. So I really hope they decide to actually show these lines right near the moon. But you can see the line as we go through this. You can see how we're going to enter. Is it enter here or exit there? We're entering here. So we enter down here, right? And when we do that, our orbit's going like real curly Q, right? It's really hitting us. There's this little whip that's happening right here. So this is telling me that in this position, gravity is really hitting me hard here. And so that tells me I'm really close to the body, and it's 30 kilometers. So it's 30,000 meters. So that's definitely close. So that's what I want. Now, this Kerbal game doesn't give you all that many options in terms of queuing up multiple maneuvers, but you can choose a maneuver over here and try to manipulate that from here. You can't do it here, which is a much better place to do it, but you can try to manipulate it from here, and that will change everything over here. As long as you know what you're doing initially, you can kind of ignore all these stupid little lines, because it's not going to show you what you're doing. You can queue up the maneuver, but it's not worth your time, is basically what I'm saying. So again, I really hope that they change that, and they make it to where the maneuvers are actually functional on a multi-stage basis, so I can queue up multiple things to make sure what I'm about to do will work when it's most efficient to change the trajectory. But for now, it's actually a really dumb system, and I dislike it very much. And I want them to go back to the way it was in Kerbal Space Program 1, because it allows for much greater control and much better information. Okay. The other thing that this game currently does, and I know it's supposed to work differently, but it doesn't, is it's supposed to tell you when your burn, when you're supposed to start your burn. In this case, it's telling me the maneuver. I'm supposed to start this at in 11 and a half minutes. What the game doesn't tell you, which Kerbal Space Program 1 did tell you, is it doesn't tell you what your burn time is. How long do I have to burn to make this work? Now, the idea behind the tool is that it's supposed to calculate all this stuff for you, and it's telling you when you need to start your burn, and only after that point does it tell you how long your burn is. But the problem with that is that this tool has no idea, apparently, at least not yet, what my thrust to weight ratio is. It has no idea how much thrust I'm about to exert at this time. So it doesn't know what my burn time is until it sees how much my thrust is. And then it says, okay, based on that, you need this much delta V, therefore you need to burn for this much of time, which is not a good thing to do. So I really recommend, especially if you know your engines well, and with our engine, we don't have that much thrust, you need to factor in that you need to burn before this maneuver. In Kerbal Space Program 1, it would tell you burn time, and that's all it needed to tell you, because then you would know, okay, if I need to burn for 50 seconds, then what I need to do is burn 25 seconds before the maneuver and 25 seconds after the maneuver, and then that will be on target. This doesn't tell you that. So almost always you will end up burning late. You can still get away with it if you over-engineer, because it will still be pointing at the node. It'll still be pointing at the maneuver, which is what I'm going to point to here. And therefore, it will still continuously burn to line that up, but it's going to do it inefficiently because it's not going to start it when it should. It's going to have to compensate with more fuel than necessary to get you back on track. And sometimes, depending on the burn time, it will not get you back on track, like it did with Jool when we went to Jool on the last stream. So, in other words, that's the problem with maneuvers right now. They're not very intelligent. They're really dumb, actually. And all they had to do was get rid of this stupid system where it tells you where your entrance and exit is, because nobody gives a shit about this. I can't imagine anyone cares about this. And instead, show us the lines directly on this body so that I can focus on it and tweak my maneuvers and set up multiple paths right away. That would be ultimately the best thing to do. And you didn't even have to invent that. All you had to do is implement it from the old game because it was already good in the old game. So that's my 2 cents on that. So knowing that I'm going to have to burn, let's see, 872 meters per sec, or sorry, yeah, 872 delta V is what I need. I'm dealing with Poodle. I cannot see my engineer report mid-flight, so that's a problem. So I don't know what my thrust to weight ratio is right now. So I have to guess. And I'm going to guess that my burn here is... probably, yeah, about 45 seconds, I would say. Probably 45, 50 seconds. So why don't we'll zoom time ahead until we have about, let's be conservative with this. Let's say 30 seconds to the maneuver. And then we'll just burn at 30 seconds to it. Because this is not going to be accurate. It's not going to tell me what I need to... Shit. Go. I'll prove it's not accurate by doing it like this now. So I'm burning late. I know I'm burning late. So this is my burn time. It's going to take this long to get down here, okay? But the thing is, I'm already on the maneuver. I'm right on top of it. So it won't equal what I need it to equal. So now it's going to retrace it, and now it says it's a minute and a half. So I was definitely way off. I was way off, and that's the problem. Even if you're experienced in the game and you've used these engines before, you need like hundreds of hours, hundreds of launches to really know your engines well enough. So if I look at this, we'll see that my vector is off that red line. It is not on that red line. And it's going to continuously be off that red line the whole time because I burned late. I didn't start when I was supposed to start to actually make that maneuver happen. So I am not accurate to that line. My craft will continuously point now away from prograde. It's going to point kind of out into space a little bit, trying to lift me up to that line. And so it is not, as you can see, it is not pointing straight on the horizon. It is slightly elevated. And that is not what we want to be. So this is technically using more fuel than was necessary to make this happen. Anthony Carrillo, thank you so much for becoming a member. I do appreciate that very much. Welcome to the Hat Hut. 3-month streak. Very cool. Or three months. Thank you so much. It's fun to watch the stream. Thanks for streaming, KSP2 Charlie. I'll see you in the next one. Happy flying. Mordecai, always good to see you, man. Thanks so much. See, this is very inefficient. I should not be pointing way up like that, but I am. At this point, I need to start dialing it back here. And I'm actually going to just, I think, kill this maneuver right there. Yep, done. And let's go ahead and point prograde and just take a look at this. Yep. All right, so we're at currently 200 and... What is this? Can I see the periaps, please? Yeah, 233. So if I just keep this going a little bit more, I want to get close. 35 is good enough for me. All right, so 35 kilometers is how close I'm going to get. Again, these don't tell me anything. They're useless. They should just hide them. I don't care. I care about the lines. That's my mission. My mission is where I'm going to be. So I'm going to do that. Let's get the solar panels back out. Not that it matters. We've got so much electric charge. But there we go. Okay. And we have so much Delta V that we're probably going to waste it. We're probably going to eject this tank before we even need to. Unless I want to land this on the surface of the moon, which... Nah, I'm going to use the landing legs and stuff. It's fine. So again, like I said before, over-engineered. Even though the Delta V numbers in the VAB showed that I had... I mean, I think those numbers showed that I had, like, what? 1,000 more than I needed for just orbit? If you went off the numbers when we launched the craft, you go back in the stream, if you go off the numbers that they showed me when I launched the craft, you would say, there's no way you have enough to land on the moon and come back based on those numbers. So the numbers are inaccurate. So basically all of the important stuff in the game when it comes to the math is wrong. That's the problem with this game too. It needs to get fixed. Lucas Warren, I appreciate that. 17 months, man. Thanks so much. Love the streams. Been watching since the Twitch days. Keep it up. Good work. Hey, Lucas. Thanks so much, man. I'm actually going to start streaming on Twitch again. I think next week is when 3.18 for Star Citizen comes out to live. And I'm moving Star Citizen to Twitch, at least for a little while. If it does really well there, then I'll keep it there. But the community on Twitch for that game is great. And for streamers-wise, I have streamer friends on Twitch that play it, and it's a really great way to meet other people who play it. So I'll be streaming that over there starting next week, I believe. I'm hoping to at least 2 to 3 days a week. Okay, now I can see the lines that have been important the entire time. And since I got really close to the moon, I'm really curvy, right? It's swirling me around. And now I can plan a maneuver to circularize that's way more efficient. So I can now get captured. I was going to say for less than 100, but it does look like it's going to cost me just over 100 to get captured. It cost me 100 to get captured. Yeah. So I can now get captured for 100. And I kind of like this angle. I had no way of knowing the angle, right? So imagine trying to set up a satellite network or something around a body and not knowing where you're coming in. You want to know where you're coming in because you don't want to. If you don't want a polar network, then you don't want to come in polar. You don't want to come in retrograde. There's no way to know that. Even then, there's no way to know it. I might be coming in completely backwards. You know, no way to know until you get here, and that's the problem. That needs to be fixed. So we're gonna just pull ourselves in real quick, and that's gonna bring circularized right there. Okay, perfect. So 285 is what I need. It looked to me like, what? It was like a minute 50 or so. It was 8:78. So I'm thinking like I probably, let's start maybe 15 seconds before the maneuver. Here, something like that, probably. All right, so we'll go in like this. There's Kerbal. Looks really cool. Lots of green. Very nice. So I think that's part of the major problems of the game too. Like SAS makes all your stuff. It basically turns all your crafts into like little fish. Just wiggly tail fish. I think that's where all the, I don't want to say vibrations, but ooh. The music for the moon, man. I love this soundtrack. The drums, it's very cool. So we're around, and yeah, I'll probably start my burn. I think probably now. Yeah, 25. Let's see what 18 seconds does for us. So ideally, when this hits 0, you want to be in the middle here, and that's how you know you timed it right. But I'm definitely not timing it right here, so I'm just gonna go gentler here real quick. Turn my throttle down a little bit more. And just ignore the timer entirely. Face retrograde. Turn off the maneuver, I don't care. It said 25 more seconds, so that's not bad. Mostly I'm just looking at this number now, this AP number. And I want it to be down around 30. There we That's good enough. All right. So 1790 left. Way more fuel than needed. Thank God. This rocket can go to Eve. This rocket could land on Duna. Pretty easy to go to these places. All right, so what I want to do, where do we want to land here? Gotta go. Hey, see action. See the edited version. There won't be any edits, but you can always come back and pick up right where you left off, though. YouTube saves your place. Have a great day. I kind of want to land in one of these craters, but I know that the terrain has all been very changed with the game. So I think what we'll do, honestly, is just land. I think we just don't bother with where, we just land. So how about we go just a little bit more? I want to get away from this flat spot. Or you would want to land on a flat spot usually, but now I really want to see the different, you know, hills and stuff. So I think this is probably a good spot. So we have way more fuel than needed, but landing process of the moon, always make sure you have enough thrust. You want to obviously have enough thrust to go up, to leave, but you also need that much thrust to slow yourself down. First thing I'm going to do is burn retrograde. What I'm looking for here is for my landing spot to kind of start getting a little bit closer, and kind of just aim for something that you want to aim for. Maybe I'll aim to like the edge of this crater or something. That's probably fine. It's right here. So we'll stop right here. I'm aiming for like this crater here. So I'm going to stop burning right about when my point is there. If you're going into someplace atmospheric, you want to have this, the point you want to land needs to be somewhere near the middle, because atmosphere is going to slow you down and bring that in. So we'll say right about, actually that's probably too close. So I'm not going to make it there, but it is what it is. All right, so as we look at this, like I said, I have way too much fuel. I don't need all that much fuel, but I am going to use this to slow myself down enough, you know, as much as I can, as much as I want. What I like to do here is switch to surface mode. So this allows me to go surface retrograde. What this means is my velocity is now relative to the surface of the moon in a lateral direction. When I go to land, I want my lateral velocity, that's the amount I'm moving side to side, to be 0. I want to be coming straight down. You don't want to be coming down and also moving sideways. Real bad news for your landing legs if you're moving sideways too. So you want to kill all your lateral velocity. The easiest way to do that is to switch to surface retrograde and then burn, because your orbit retrograde is not necessarily the same as your surface retrograde. So as I come down a little bit lower, my surface retrograde is moving, right? Because I'm starting to fall, right? So it means I have less lateral velocity than I had before, and I'm starting to fall. And my surface is going to start increasing, not because I'm going laterally, but because I am also falling towards the surface. So one way to kill my lateral velocity is to just burn, and I think I'll just start now with surface retrograde mode active. And you can just leave it and, you know, manually control where you're pointing. So let's say I want to point right at the horizon. That's a good way to do it. Essentially, you just keep the retrograde vector between you and the center. So you know, just point at the horizon, and that will kill your lateral velocity fast too. But at a certain point, you're going to gain speed anyway, and that's what I'm now. I'm just going to stop this, switch back to this. I'm starting to fall more, like down more now. And as I kill my speed on the way down, it's also going to kill my speed going laterally, because I'm not actually going to be facing straight down. I'm going to be facing off to the side as well. And I think at this point, it's probably okay for me to just decouple this. I'd like to land with the landing legs if I could here. So I am going to waste about 1,300 meters per second, but I don't think that's a big deal. Maybe I'll do it fast. Like we'll do it. We'll do it when we get a little closer to the ground. We're definitely not going to do a. Definitely not going to do a suicide burn. A suicide burn is not what you think. Unless you know what it is. It's not a burn that kills you. It's a burn that burns at exactly the right moment to where you end up hitting 0 as close to the ground as possible. So it's like the most efficient possible way to descend, but at the same time, you have to know You have to know your shit, and I don't. So I'm gonna go ahead and burn it now. We're gonna kind of kill velocity just a little bit more here. I want to burn straight. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna start falling straight down if I can. Let's go ahead and eject that. There we go. Good stage here. That is active, right? You stupid thing. Thank you. And then we'll grab our landing legs, put those down. Make sure that those engines are actually on. They are not. You silly game. Okay. I don't know, man. Staging, everything that's important doesn't work in this game. Look, it doesn't even show me DV. It's just like you have 0, by the way. Totally obnoxious. Actually, I might have 0. Hold on. Okay, here's something I need to do. Hold on. I may actually have close to 0. Not 0, but I have close to 0. I'm gonna quick save this, and because I wanted to show something that could happen, right? Because you can't restrict fuel flow, right? Because it doesn't give you the ability to restrict fuel flow. Am I already falling or no? Yeah. This engine is pulling from this tank, all right? So every time I burn from here, it's pulling from this tank first. So it's gonna leave me with no fuel. Real bad shit, right? So you can tell your decoupler to not allow crossfeed, which is what I've already done, but it ignores it. It does it anyway. So what we're gonna do is we need to go into Resource Manager real quick. And what we need to do is we need to say, hey man, we got 2 tanks here. This one, which has nothing in it, and this one, which has a bunch in it. I want to go in and move the fuel from here out into this tank. Start. That will shift the weight this way. It's going to shift all that fuel this way. And now I've got a lot more fuel in this tank. So now what I can do is if I, again, tell it not to crossfeed, even though it's not going to listen to me. Now when I burn this engine, it should, theoretically, pull from this tank and not this one if I was to disable crossfeed. But, you know, I don't have fuel lines running here and I don't have crossfeed enabled, but yet it still does it. So we will switch back to surface. Let's just burn this really quick. That should be enough for now. And then what we'll do is, again, real quick, make sure that we have that all done. Yeah, so this has all the fuel, hopefully. Yep, it does. So now we can eject this. I'm just going to do it like this because I don't trust it. Okay. So now we're good to go. So in short, not only is the performance abysmal, which could be tolerated if at least the freaking basics of the game would work, which clearly they don't, so this is broken, man. I agree. There's a lot of stuff that needs fixed. And their patch is very soon. I want to say it's in the next 48 hours you're going to get a patch. Whether that patch fixes anything that's meaningful, I don't know. But there should be a patch coming very soon. From my understanding, anyway. And as soon as it's patched, man, I am all over that. I have 0 doubts, by the way. 0. Absolutely no doubts whatsoever that this game will turn out to be better than KSP1. In the end. I just think it'll take a couple years to get there. But I'm hoping it's on par with KSP1. Within this year. I want to see it be... I would actually like to see this game be on par with KSP1 in the next 8 months. I'm hopeful for that. Because all they need to do is fix a lot of the mechanics, add parts, and give us science. And at that point, they're KSP1. Now, granted, there's a lot of mods for KSP1. That's a whole nother matter entirely. But mods are already coming for this game. They're already out there. You can already download and install mods for this game. So it's... Let's kill that lateral velocity. Alright, let's start falling down. Landing. Landing legs are out. That's to hire better beta testers. What do you think we are? What do you think you are? That's what the players are right now. We are beta testers. And I'm okay with that because it allows them to get real player feedback and to design the game around us as they go. They don't put a lot of time and effort into things that the players don't want. They don't put a lot of effort into changing or fixing things that players like, are already about. I'm okay with being a beta tester. That's what early access really is to me. It's a tester. It's like crowdsourced testing of people who paid for the game. I get that the price is steep. I don't personally agree with it. It's been explained to me. I've kind of said my piece about it already. But at the end of the day, I'm completely content with being a beta tester. A paying beta tester. I'm all right with that. But yeah, the basics of the game should absolutely work. And there's clearly a lot to be desired about the basics of the game at the moment. So, yeah. Yeah. Where's my shadow? Did you find my shadow? Shadow. It's from Homeward Bound, by the way. Great movie. If you haven't seen it, then you're probably just not old enough. Where is my come on, where is it? There it is. Okay, so it's good to locate your shadow because it gives you a really easy visual cue as to just how low you are and where you're gonna land. And I'm doing this, way inefficiently here, but it's fine. Way inefficiently. I'm just being very careful, okay? Oh boy. Get up there. These landing legs, they're so squishy. No, don't be squishy. The spring strength. Boing, boing, boing. Please don't tip over. Can you please not tip over? I think we're good. Yeah. We're good, right? I'll just kind of lean this way, if you could. Just lean this way. This is fine. Yeah, you're good. All right. So we're on the surface, and we're tilted up towards the sun. If you're going to be on a hill, you might as well be facing, the panels towards the sun. Yeah, it's good. Put more hydraulic fluid in that leg. I think it's the spring strength, right? Is it the spring strength that would... Yeah. Just crank the strength of that spring up. There we go. Oh, now it's going to start boing, 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 boing. Don't bounce. We're not a rabbit here, okay? We're strong spring. Be a strong spring. All right. Anyway, we're good. So now I want to go ahead and do the ladder. Here we go. And it's not going to go all the way to the ground. That's okay. You can jump up to the ladder anyway. All right, redheads. Oh boy. You getting out really rocks the whole thing, doesn't it? Whew. All right. Grab the ladder. Head on down. And touchdown. Look at this dude. What a dork. What a dork. Oh yeah. I'm on the moon. Hell yeah, I'm on the moon. All right, plant the flag, and we're gonna say, "On the moon, baby." Exclamation point? No exclamation points allowed? Really? Come on. I can put it here though. I'll just put a bunch here. That'll make up for it. All right, there we go. Seems that KSP2 was created by Infinity Ward. I love that. Thank you. It'll get better. All right, there it is. KSP2. Landing on the moon. Desmond, you're up. Don't have to crash the ship on your way down, please. Bloop. This is where multiplayer would be awesome. is you could have, like, you can, control one Kerbal. I can control the other. We can be mounting and doing different things, multiple vehicles, moving around, building a colony together. God, it'd be so good. Come on. I'm totally doing a community colony. Like, we're going to have everybody who plays KSP, we're all going to get in the same save file, or at least not everybody, but 16 people. We'll all get in with me, and we'll all play this big adventure together. 5 frames per second, and it'll be great. Oh, little kick on the leg there. That was cool. All right, there we go. And then we gotta do the ship. There we go. Almost. Yeah. There you go. It's all good. Gotta back up. How do I back up? This will be fine. Right here. Hey. That's just a screenshot. Kinda. All right. I like it. And then lifting off is a cakewalk. You just lift off as long as you have enough fuel and thrust. You just lift off and back to Kerbal you go. Aero brake. Do whatever you want to do. I'm going to leave this stream here. Guys, it's been amazing. Thank you so much for watching with me. I appreciate you. Coming out to the streams and stuff. You guys are my favorite people. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It makes playing games fun, like, more fun, right? And I need that because my personal life is all like, hey, I want a bottle. My diaper's full. And at least in this game, I get to go, my wing is gone. Need more hydraulics in my landing leg. Anyway, it's good. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. If you want to hang out with me with Star Citizen on Twitch, I'm going to be doing that next week, starting next week, I think. I don't know when, so you can jump into Discord and see. I'll have a schedule up later on, too. My schedule is starting to open up for work a little bit. We're kind of taking a while to get into the groove of what personal life is like. What life is like with the infant and with my daughter and everything. But starting to get there. So hoping to get videos going again. Certainly not at the pace they were before, but at least something posted, right? And then streams are always gonna keep going too, whether it's KSP, Star Citizen, or something else. I'll have some streams going too. Whatever I feel like playing at the time, honestly, because that's where I am right now in my life. I'm whatever I want to play right now, as opposed to like thinking about where can I get the views. Now I'm just like, I got 3 hours, I'm gonna game, and that's what I'm doing. So appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. See you next time.